Chapter 395. 2. 5 million devil coins. Earth Fisher City, Lord Kuei-si repeated, his tone full of provocation. It seemed that this expert, who was close to becoming a martial grandmaster, had a fiery temper. Otherwise, as one of the overlords of the world, he would not be angry with a junior. However, Yang Dingtian felt that this Kuei-si was very cute. It would be best if he continued to raise the price until it reached the sky. Since City Lord Kuei-si loves this treasure sword so much, I will give it up. Wu Maji of the Southern Sining clan said lightly. Fuck. It was rare that Yang Dingtian and City Lord Kuei-si said the same thing. However, Yang Dingtian said it in his heart, while City Lord Kuei-si said it out loud. Damn it, he did not see how this Wu Maji looked. But she was definitely cheating people. Previously, she seemed to be determined to obtain Yang Dingtian's artifact sword and was willing to pay any price to obtain it. But now, she had given it up so easily and had dug a pit for the Earth Fisher City Lord, Kuei-si. Yet, City Lord Kuei-si's bid was 5 million gold coins. He really became 250 gold coins. No wonder City Lord Kuei-si could not help but curse. Now, Yang Dingtian could not see through Wu Maji at all. He did not know what kind of role she was playing. Of course, although City Lord Kuei-si was flustered and exasperated, he was still an overlord. Although he failed to raise the price, he still paid for it. Even though this artifact sword that Yang Dingtian had forged wasn't of much use to him. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had obtained 5 million devil coins, which was considered a small windfall. Adding the original money, he had a total of about 6 million devil coins, which was about half the price of the demon's spirit heart. The rest would depend on the lightning talisman. The following treasures were still able to surprise Yang Dingtian. All of them were priceless treasures. Even the lowest auction price was about 2 million devil coins. However, it was already very difficult for Yang Dingtian to pay attention to it. Just like that, the auction proceeded in an orderly manner, and time passed by minute. Next, the 14th item will be auctioned, the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian was shocked. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really up for auction? How could this be? So, as long as I pay 500,000 devil coins, I can go to the auction? Even trash can go? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Song Chunhua said. Perhaps no one will want to sell anything that has been put up for auction, but it must be real. It must be a rare item. Yang Dingtian's breathing stagnated. Did that mean that the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship provided by the middle-aged man was real? How was this possible? Where did he get the pig-slaying swordsmanship? But there was one thing that was absolutely certain. The middle-aged man had racked his brains to send the pig-slaying swordsmanship to Yang Dingtian. There must be a motive. As for whether there was a sinister motive, it was still unknown, but there was an 80% chance that it was sinister. However, Yang Dingtian suspected that there was no way to verify the authenticity of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. What method did the Shang Palace in Demon City have to verify it? In this world, the only person who could verify the authenticity of the pig-slaying swordsmanship should be Yang Dingtian. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship will be auctioned now. The bidding will begin now. Suddenly, there was silence in the hall. Obviously, everyone knew that the pig-slaying swordsmanship was of no use to them. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was a great figure, they might have auctioned it off and given it to Yang Dingtian as a favor in the future. However, as of now, Cloud Sky City Governor Yang Dingtian was a small figure in their eyes. There was no need for them to curry favor with him. If no one else bids, we will announce that the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is not up for auction, the middle-aged auctioneer said. Song Chunhua's eyes lit up and he said, Governor Yang, you need this secret manual very much. If we bid for it, the price should be very low. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Don't complicate things. Our only goal is the demon's spirit heart. The 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is mine. It's mine. 50,000 devil coins. However, Song Chanhua did not listen to Yang Dingtian and made the decision to bid. After bidding, Song Chanhua said to Yang Dingtian, "If we miss this opportunity, we might miss it forever. I can't sit back and watch." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Since he could not stop Song Chanhua, he could only act according to the situation. 500,000 devil coins. Earth-splitting city Governor Kuei Si shouted, "Bastard!" Just a moment ago, Yang Dingtian thought that the earth-splitting city governor was cute. Now, Yang Dingtian felt that he was incomparably hateful. Since Song Chanhua had already bid, there was no turning back. It was the same as exposing himself. In that case, Yang Dingtian was determined to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Who would have thought that Kuei Si would raise the price by 10 times? Bastard, the Southern Seas Ning tribe's Wumaji offended you. But I didn't provoke you. Why are you looking for trouble with me? 550,000. Song Chanhua gritted his teeth. 1,000,000. Kuei Si said lazily. In that instant, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua's teeth itched with hatred. Don't bid anymore. Otherwise, you won't have any hope of getting the demon's spirit heart. Yang Dingtian said, "I'll bid one last time." Song Chanhua said, 1,050,000. 1,500,000. Kuei Si raised the price resolutely. It was as if he wasn't here to argue, but to buy the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Soon, Yang Dingtian figured out Kuei Si's motive for bidding for the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He wanted to trade with Yang Dingtian because Yang Dingtian had something he wanted, the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. In the northwest Qin city, Kuei Si had paid an astronomical price but failed to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. If he could get it for 1,500,000, Kuei Si would probably go crazy with joy. Raise it to 2,000,000. Yang Dingtian said, "What?" Song Chanhua said in shock, "If you raise it to 2,000,000, we won't have any hope of getting the demon's spirit heart." "I don't want to buy it. I'm just testing Kuei Si's motive," Yang Dingtian said. Moreover, he realized that he hadn't been exposed. It was normal for Song Chanhua to bid for the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, because the world society also wanted the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. It was normal for them to bid for the pig-slaying swordsmanship and trade with Yang Dingtian. 2,000,000, Song Chanhua said. 2,500,000. As expected, Kuei Si didn't hesitate and raised the price to 2,500,000. Then he shouted again, 3,000,000. As expected, he was determined to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. "Miss Song, we want the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, the world society doesn't have to be so stubborn. We don't want to hurt each other," Kuei Si said. Song Chanhua and Yang Dingtian looked at each other. It seemed that the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship could not be bought. Kuei Si was probably willing to pay a price of tens of millions of devil coins for it. After Song Chanhua fell silent, Kuei Si smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Song." Just when Kuei Si thought that 3,000,000 was enough to get the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, a sudden and familiar voice sounded again. 4,000,000. It was Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan. She raised the price by 1,000,000 in one go. Kuei Si was instantly enraged. Does the Southern Seas Ning clan want to go against my earth-splitting city? Kuei Si said angrily. Wu Maji smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Kuei Si, you must be joking. I can only say that we are fated to have the same thing. Isn't that so?" It would have been better if she did not speak. Once she spoke, although there was no trace of anger, it was really infuriating. 5,000,000, 6,000,000, 7,000,000, 8,000,000. City Lord Kuei Si raised the price continuously. His fiery temper had completely flared up. 15,000,000. Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan raised the price once. However, just one bid was enough to shock everyone. 15 million devil coins? When did Yang Dingtian become so valuable? 15 million devil coins? Even if Cloud Sky City and all the territories were sold, it would not be worth that much. Everyone knew that Kuei Si and Wu Maji had no use for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. They only had one goal, and that was to trade with Yang Dingtian. Even Kuei Si was shocked. The Southern Seas Ning clan had already spent 17 million devil coins in the first round of the auction. Now, they raised the price to 15 million. That was devil coins, the most valuable currency in the world. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Chenhua, how many devil coins do you have?" Song Chenhua said, "About 35 million. How about your northwest Qin city?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 50 million, Qin Huayu said. Northwest Qin City was already the richest faction in the world, but it only had about 50 million devil coins. If the Southern Seas Ning clan spent more than 30 million on 2 items, how many devil coins did she have? The price of 15 million devil coins had clearly exceeded Kuei Si's bottom line. Of course, if it was an auction for the Yin Yang Samsara crystal, even if it was 30, 50, or even 80 million, Kuei Si and Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion would buy it with everything they had. However, this was only the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was just an item to trade with Yang Dingtian. It might not be able to exchange for the Yin Yang Samsara crystal. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that and lose to a little girl from the Southern Seas Ning clan. 16 million. City, Lord Kuei Si roared. 18 million. Wu Maji continued to bid calmly, giving off the feeling that she could raise the price countless times at any time. This attitude was truly despairing. Without a doubt, her attitude had frightened everyone. As expected, no one continued to bid. Even Kuei Si was about to give up. 25 million. Suddenly, a bid was like a huge rock being thrown into a pond, setting off a huge wave. It was as if a huge storm had set off in the auction room. Everyone was shocked, including the auctioneer, who had been as calm as water. 25 million. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was only useful to Yang Dingtian, yet the bid was 25 million. After a while, many people began to search for the bidder. It was actually Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Just a moment ago, she had advised City, Lord Kuei Si not to be impatient. Now, she seemed to have lost her mind and shouted a sky-high price. "Kai Lin, are you crazy?" Kuei Si could not help but ask. "Little girl, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Although I hate Kuei Si, his skin is not something you can peel off as you wish," Master Kai Lin said coldly. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu immediately exchanged glances and came to a conclusion. These two were having an affair. Of course, it was very possible that the two of them were pure, but deep in their hearts, they were definitely having an affair. Moreover, they were more like quarrelsome lovers. They were constantly at odds with each other, but they had engraved each other in their hearts. It was no wonder that the earth-shattering city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion had become allies after fighting for 100 or 200 years. That's right. I, Kuei Si, cannot be suppressed by others. Sister Kai Lin, I'll pay half of this price. Kuei Si immediately shouted. Nonsense. Do you want me to pay all of it while you pay 60%? Master Kai Lin said. Also, watch your mouth. Don't spout nonsense. City Lord Kuei Si was instantly speechless. Everyone in the auction room burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian also burst into laughter. City Lord Yang, City Lord Kuei Si, and Master Kai Lin may have strange personalities, but they have fiery temperaments. I feel that perhaps we can pull them into our battle group. That way we won't be alone. Song Chenhua said. Yang Dingtian instinctively nodded. These two were indeed temperamental people. Perhaps they could look forward to this kind of character. In the battle against evil ways, perhaps they could fight for it. 28 million. Wu Maji said indifferently. 32 million. Master Kai Lin called out the price without hesitation. 35 million. Wu Maji said. 38 million. Master Kai Lin said. Junior sister, I am almost out of money. City Lord Kuei Si could not help but whisper. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. You idiot! Master Kai Lin scolded. That woman was already prepared to give up. 40 million. Wu Maji's morale was indeed high. 49 million. Master Kai Lin did not hesitate and raised the price to an astronomical figure. The entire auction house was silent. Yang Dingtian's heart was pounding. This price, honestly speaking, was enough to buy a yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Yang Dingtian felt a headache coming on. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City had spent such an astronomical price to obtain the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. If Yang Dingtian wanted to obtain the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from them, it would be too difficult unless he took out the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. I give up, Wu Maji said solemnly. This was the first time she had admitted defeat in a large auction. Then, the middle-aged auctioneer announced that the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had been sold. Everyone was incomparably surprised. An unknown 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had actually been sold for a sky-high price of 49 million. This was the highest price in a large auction in the past 10 years. Even in the 1,000 years of history, it could be ranked in the top 10. Reality was indeed too surprising and horrifying. However, when Earth-Splitting City, Lord Kuei Si, went to take the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was no joy on his face. His entire face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. This was because he had to pay 60% of the price. If he could not exchange it for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship would be a fucking waste of paper. With a frosty expression, Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City had spent 49 million devil coins to purchase the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. What the fuck was he going to use to obtain the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from them? He could not possibly hand over the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. The bidding for the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship seemed to have overdrawn everyone's enthusiasm. The next 10 or so items were auctioned off. Although each item was priceless and extremely rare, they were all extremely rare. However, no one had the passion to bid for them. Wu Maji of the Southern Seas Ning clan did not bid again. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City did not bid even once. Of course, even if they wanted to bid, they probably did not have the money. These 3 families should be the 3 biggest tycoons of the day. If these 3 families did not bid, there would not be any waves in the auction. Therefore, in the next 10 or so items, the highest price was only 5 million devil coins. The lowest price was 300,000 devil coins. As a result, the person who bid 300,000 devil coins was surprised and delighted. When he went to get the auction item, his face was still full of disbelief. Seeing this situation, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt uneasy. Since everyone was so emotionless, he hoped that the Thunder Talisman, which he had the greatest hope for, would not be lost. Next, the auction of the finale items, a total of 3 items. Now, the auction of the first finale item, the Thunder Talisman. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and others were shocked. Whether they could get a large sum of money and bid for the demon spirit heart completely depended on how much the Thunder Talisman could be sold for. Then, a woman raised the Thunder Talisman high. Mysterious runes were engraved on the beautiful, thin crystal. Inside the crystal, beautiful flashes of lightning were flashing. The Thunder Talisman could almost be said to be the rarest treasure in the world. Of course, it was the most illusory but not necessarily practical. To an individual force, this thing was practically useless. Its only use was to show off. It was even better to use it to pick up girls. It could be the most expensive luxury in the world. Of course, it could also be used for other purposes. For example, pretending to be the successor of the hidden sect. Unfortunately, this thunder talisman was publicly auctioned, so even if someone bought it, it was probably not easy to pretend to be the successor of the hidden sect. After all, the major forces in the world knew that someone had bought the thunder talisman. If someone released the thunder talisman, they would probably be suspected directly. Therefore, the transaction between Yang Dingtian and the Northwest Qin City was completely sneaky. This kind of public auction was really difficult. Sure enough, this thunder talisman attracted a burst of exclamations and envious eyes, but no one made a bid. This feeling was like a group of Japanese girls running into a luxury store and seeing a limited edition Prada bag. They immediately shouted and screamed, as if they would sell their blood and bodies to buy it. As a result, after exclaiming for a while and touching enough, they directly turned and left without even asking the price. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua looked at each other and wanted to cry, but had no tears. They faintly felt that they were going to suffer a tragedy. "We'll pay 1 million," Yang Dingtian said. "Ah." Song Chanhua was surprised. "Let's test it," Yang Dingtian said. "If no one raises the price," Song Chanhua said, "then we'll buy it ourselves and give it to Qin Huaiyu." Yang Dingtian said, "If no one raises the price, we won't be able to afford the demon spirit heart, even if we don't have 1 million devil coins." Song Chanhua heard this and immediately shouted, 1 million devil coins! Then there was silence in the hall. Yang Dingtian's face fell. It seemed that he really had to kneel down. The auctioneer raised the hammer slightly and said, "Thunder talisman, 1 million devil coins. Who wants to raise the price?" It was still silent. Yang Dingtian wailed in his heart, "No. 1,050,000. Finally, someone raised the price, and Yang Dingtian breathed a long sigh of relief. Moreover, the voice that raised the price was still very familiar. It turned out to be the mysterious woman with a delicate face and a devilish hot body. She used an unknown mystic flame map in exchange for Yang Dingtian's peerless sword. Of course, she might also feel that she was cheated because another such sword appeared in today's auction. After the mysterious woman finished bidding, there was silence in the hall. "Raise the price to 1,500,000, Yang Dingtian said. 1,500,000, Song Chanhua said. 1,500,000, the mysterious woman said. 2 million. Under Yang Dingtian's command, Song Chanhua raised the price again. This time, the girl was suddenly full of hesitation. After a long time, she raised the price again, 2,010,000. Song Chanhua looked at Yang Dingtian. "Do you still want to raise the price? She seems to have bought it just for fun and doesn't seem to have any money left." Yang Dingtian also fell into a dilemma. This 2,010,000 plus the 2,500,000 from selling the sword, plus the original 3,500,000, was exactly 8 million, which was about the same price as the last auction of the demon spirit heart. It was tantamount to giving Yang Dingtian a little hope. However, today's big auction was particularly monstrous. It actually sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions. Therefore, it was really difficult to buy the demon spirit heart with 8 million. "Raise the price to 3 million, Yang Dingtian said. "At worst, we can buy this thunder attribute mystic talisman ourselves. Today, it's completely impossible to buy the demon spirit heart with 8 million. Yang Dingtian said. 3 million devil coins. Song Chanhua said. Sure enough, the mysterious woman did not raise the price. She just sighed softly, as if she was a little regretful. However, this kind of regret was really just a kind of regret for a beloved object, not a regret for something that must be obtained. She really intended to buy the thunder attribute mystic talisman back as an accessory. Then the hall was silent again, and no one raised the price. Yang Dingtian was going to have a tragic ending again. He spent 500,000 devil coins to get the thunder attribute mystic talisman up for auction, and then he spent 3 million devil coins to buy it back. Of course, the money still reached his hands, but he had to deduct 10% of the profit. In other words, Yang Dingtian didn't earn a penny from this thunder attribute mystic talisman, but also lost 800,000. This auction of the merchant palace of the Magic City was really too high-end, and the people here were too pragmatic. They didn't buy flashy things at all, just when Yang Dingtian was about to despair. For a million. Suddenly someone made a bid. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian burst into tears and rose from hell to heaven again. Moreover, the bidder was a super-rich woman, the young madam of the Ning clan of the South Sea, Wumaji, who was destined to have something to do with Yang Dingtian in the future. For some reason, this woman finally made a bid and directly increased it to 4 million. Yang Dingtian really wanted to rush up and kiss her fiercely. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but surrender his spirit to City Lord Kuei Si's box. City Lord Kuei Si's temperament, it's time for you to show off. Quickly come out and raise the price. Yang Dingtian waited expectantly for Kuei Si's unique voice to appear. But he was disappointed. Kuei Si's voice didn't sound. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but complain in his heart. People fight for a breath. Buddha fights for an incense. You City Lord Kuei Si are too cowardly. Such a good opportunity to take revenge? However, reality didn't change with Yang Dingtian's will. Kuei Si didn't speak, Master Kai Lin didn't speak, and the others didn't speak either. Time passed by minute. The middle-aged auctioneer had slowly raised his hammer. If others don't raise the price, we will raise it ourselves. Yang Dingtian, bid 6 million devil coins. Ah, Song Chunhua was shocked, looking at Yang Dingtian. 6 million devil coins is all we have. If the other party doesn't accept, then... Yes, and if it was sold for 4 million devil coins, Yang Dingtian would have about 10 million devil coins. He could compete for the demon's spirit heart. Bid 6 million. Yang Dingtian said decisively, 6 million devil coins. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian with resentment. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were stunned, because this was Song Chunhua's most feminine moment. Song Chunhua's bid obviously stunned Wumaji. She didn't react for a long time. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating wildly. Qin Huaiyu simply closed his eyes and prayed secretly, begging Wumaji to bid again. Please don't let this lightning talisman go to waste. 6,500,000. Wumaji bid, but her voice was full of hesitation. Yang Dingtian was about to speak, but Qin Huaiyu immediately stepped forward and said in horror, Don't raise the price. Quit while you're ahead. Quit while you're ahead. Song Chunhua also said, Don't raise the price. We don't have that much money. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, No, we have to raise the price. Wumaji is playing a psychological game with us. I don't know the reason, but she is determined to get this thunder attribute, mystic talisman. But we only have 6 million devil coins. Song Chunhua said, Yes, but the lightning talisman is our own. We only need to pay 10% of the transaction fee. We have 6 million devil coins. We can bid 60 million. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu's eyes turned white and said, You're crazy. Chunhua, listen to me, bid 10 million. Yang Dingtian said decisively. Song Chunhua's face turned pale. Then she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Let's do it. 10 million. Song Chunhua said. Song Chunhua's bid immediately caused a huge commotion in the auction house. 10 million. This extremely rare and extremely flashy lightning talisman. Someone actually bid 10 million. After bidding, Song Chunhua's fists were clenched together, and she was even a little breathless. Now they were waiting for Wu Maji. Would she bid or not? 20 million. Wu Maji did not hesitate and directly said. Suddenly, the auctioneer was shocked again. Song Chuanhua's face was filled with ecstasy, and she suddenly hugged Yang Dingtian. 20 million. Wu Maji actually bid 20 million. Qin Huaiyu's eyes also burst out with an incredible brilliance. 20 million. We got the demon's spirit heart. Song Chuanhua whispered excitedly. Although she was the one hugging Yang Dingtian, her expression was more natural than Yang Dingtian's. Raise the price, 40 million. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in the box. Are you crazy? Song Chuanhua and Qin Huaiyu said in unison. City Lord Yang, you are so opportunistic in gambling. I will be very disappointed. Song Chuanhua said coldly. Be careful not to be blinded by greed. Yang Dingtian, 24 million is already enough for us to bid for the demon's spirit heart. Qin Huaiyu said, although this thing is extremely precious, it is basically auctioned every time, so the price is still very stable. 20 million is already a certainty. No, I am just confirming a possibility. Yang Dingtian said lightly. This possibility may be very important. Must we bid? Song Chuanhua said. If we fail, we will completely lose the capital to buy the demon's spirit heart. Of course. And the other party will definitely raise the price. Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Song Chuanhua said, and then shouted, 50 million! Sure enough, reality did not make Song Chuanhua and Yang Dingtian nervous for long. 55 million. Wu Maji directly bid. At this time, there was already a dead silence in the hall. It was too abnormal for a lightning-attributed, mystic talisman to soar to such a high price. 60 million. Yang Dingtian said. 60 million. This time, Song Chuanhua did not argue and directly bid 60 million. 60 million was already the limit that Yang Dingtian's side could bid. If the other party did not accept, then Yang Dingtian would be completely penniless. These 6 million devil coins would all be used as the transaction fee to the Demon City's merchant palace. If the other party accepted, then Yang Dingtian would have an astronomical number of devil coins. Of course, for that matter, it was also completely confirmed. Chapter 396. After Song Chuanhua called out the sky-high price of 60 million, the whole auction house was dead silent. There was even a sense of uneasiness. The previous auctions of the Magic City Merchant Palace were orderly. It was impossible for such an abnormal and almost heaven-defying situation to occur. Just now, the pig-killing swordsmanship was sold for 50 million devil coins, which was extremely abnormal. Now a thunder talisman was sold for 60 million devil coins, which was even more abnormal. Then, had there ever been an abnormal situation like this? Yes, for example, before the Doomsday War 200 years ago, the auction house was extremely abnormal. Very valuable devil coins were poured out like a tide. The items that the Magic City Merchant Palace had hoarded for hundreds of years were almost swept away by some forces. Then the Doomsday War began. After the victory of the Tiando League, there was almost 100 years of depression. It was not until nearly 100 years ago that the prosperity of the world gradually recovered. Now, this kind of monstrous situation was happening again in the auction house. After Song Chuanhua called out the sky-high price of 60 million, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Song Chuanhua did not say anything, just waiting quietly. Time passed second by second. Wu Maji did not speak, as if she was in a fierce struggle. Everyone was waiting for Wu Maji to speak. I give up. Wu Maji said lightly. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu, Song Chuanhua, and Yang Dingtian felt dizzy. Was this Wu Maji a devil? Was she sent to torture people? She had tortured Kuei-si, the Lord of the Earth Splitting City, and now she was torturing Yang Dingtian and others. If 60 million thunder talismans really fell into their hands, then Yang Dingtian's side would really lose everything. 2 minutes later, Song Chuanhua finally regained her composure. She looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, City Lord Yang, "What is the matter that you want to verify?" "Two things. First, someone wants to buy the Thunder Talisman to please the beauty. Second, the special relationship between the Magic City Merchant Palace and some people. Yang Dingtian, if that person wants to buy the Thunder Talisman to please the beauty, he will not care about the cost and price. If the Demon City's Merchant Palace has some sort of special relationship with them, then Wumaji wouldn't care about the price at all. Even if it was 100 million, she would still buy it. Now, have you confirmed it?" Qin Huaiyu said, "The first thing is certain, but the second thing is still unknown. It's as if they don't have an endless supply of magic coins. She doesn't have an astronomical amount of magic coins. Does that mean we're doomed? We're completely penniless?" Qin Huaiyu asked. Yes, this price was too great, too tragic. Yang Dingtian's side might turn from a few tens of millions of gold coins into nothing. 61 million. A voice rang out. His voice was very special. It was filled with undisguised arrogance and coldness. In the auction house, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 61 million. Someone was going to take over. Song Chuanhua's face instantly blushed with excitement. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu raised their eyebrows. Even the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up abruptly. Yang Dingtian hadn't seen this person for a long time, but it could be said that he was Yang Dingtian's biggest enemy in the chaotic continent. Xiantian Sec's young master, Zhu Hongxue, perhaps in order to make himself more compatible with Dongfang Bingling. His temperament was developing more and more like Dongfang Bingling, becoming colder and more arrogant. The one who beat him half to death and threw him off the cliff was Zhu Hongxue. The one who killed Shimenwia was his father. The hatred between the father and son and Yang Dingtian was absolutely irreconcilable. But why did he buy this lightning-type talisman? It was completely useless. Although this lightning-type talisman was extremely rare, at least much rarer than the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, it didn't have much use for cultivation. Why did Zhu Hongxue spend such a sky-high price to buy it? Qin Huaiyu, how many magic coins does Xiantian sect have? Yang Dingtian asked. An astronomical number, at least several times more than my northwest Qin city. Qin Huaiyu said, Why, in my impression, your Qin city has the largest territory and is the richest in the world. Yang Dingtian said, My Qin city rose too late, less than 20 years ago, and it was completely destroyed in the Doomsday Battle. Xiantian sect, Yin-Yang school, these overlords for hundreds of years have accumulated an astronomical number of magic coins. Qin Huaiyu said, So that was it. Then Qin Huaiyu asked, Now, can you confirm anything? Yang Dingtian said, Wu Maji bought the lightning-type talisman to please a woman. Zhu Hongxue also bought the lightning-type talisman to please a woman. And both of them are for the same woman. Dongfang Bingling? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, But, fortunately, the second thing has not been confirmed. This Magic City's merchant palace is not the property of evil ways. If it is, Wu Maji will not give up at the last moment. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Song Chanhua, It's a pity that we can't raise the price. Otherwise, even if we raise it to 65 million, Zhu Hongxue will still raise the price. Song Chanhua nodded and then said loudly, I give up on the lightning-type talisman. Then, Yang Dingtian and the other two let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the best ending. Another spendthrift came out and spent an astronomical amount of money to buy the lightning-type talisman for Dongfang Bingling as a necklace. At this time, Yang Dingtian had to take back his previous words. Extremely rare things were the most valuable as luxury goods. Just when Yang Dingtian thought that everything had been settled, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. 62 million. Wu Maji actually made another bid. Suddenly, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the field. Wu Maji had just given up, but now she actually raised the price again. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu could not help but look at Yang Dingtian with a puzzled look. Why was this happening? Yang Dingtian said, "This only proves that Zhu Hongxue still does not know that Dongfang Bingling has been demonized. Moreover, he wants to give it to Dongfang Bingling himself and wants to please Dongfang Bingling. Wu Maji can give the lightning-type talisman to Song Chanhua because Chanhua is a woman, but she can't give it to Zhu Hongxue because Zhu Hongxue is the love rival of the person above her. If Zhu Hongxue really gave the lightning-type talisman to Dongfang Bingling, then the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming, would probably have the heart to tear Ning Wuming apart. Therefore, even if Wu Maji gritted her teeth, she still had to raise the price. 65 million. Zhu Hongxue calmly bid. 66 million. Wu Maji's voice was cold and resolute. 70 million. Zhu Hongxue said, 66 million, plus this middle grade 9 universe devil art in my hand. Wu Maji said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were completely stunned. How heaven-defying was this middle grade 9 universe devil art? Its value far exceeded the lightning-type talisman. Now, Wu Maji was even willing to give it up. However, Wu Maji continued, I am not giving up or auctioning this middle grade 9 universe devil art. I am only temporarily mortgaging it. In less than a month, we will definitely redeem it. May I ask, how many devil coins can this middle grade 9 universe devil art be mortgaged? Please wait a moment. I will go and ask my superiors. The middle-aged auctioneer could not help but wipe the sweat on his face and turn to leave. Instantly, the auction house exploded. These big shots all could not help but start to talk loudly. About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer returned and said, This middle grade 9 universe devil art can be mortgaged for 10 million devil coins. Okay, then I will bid 76 million. Wu Maji said, her voice was resolute and decisive. 80 million. Zhu Hongxue was still cold and arrogant, bidding high and mighty. I give up. Wu Maji finally sighed. Qin Huaiyu was completely stunned and could not react for a long time. Song Chanhua suddenly said, Why don't I feel any regret and reluctance from Wu Maji? Instead, there's a kind of relief and relief. She doesn't want to compete, but she has to. If she gives it her all and still fails, she will not be blamed by her superiors. Yang Dingtian said. I see. Song Chanhua said. Next, there was no suspense at all. The young master of Xian Tian sect, known as the world's most handsome man, the world's richest second generation, and the world's most powerful second generation, was known as the only man who could match Dongfang Bingling. He spent a sky-high price of 80 million to buy a lightning talisman just to make Dongfang Bingling smile. You are really fucking spending a lot of money to chase after girls. Yang Dingtian could not help but ridicule. I think Zhu Qingzhu will vomit blood in anger at home. Qin Huaiyu said, why do I feel that this Zhu Hongxue is not bad? Song Chanhua suddenly said, such an infatuated person should not be completely bad. At this time, Yang Dingtian had an astonishing 78 million devil coins in his hands. Originally, it was 86 million because 8 million was deducted from the transaction fee. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt a surge of heroic spirit. I suspect that we should be the richest people in the auction now. Yang Dingtian could not help but say. It's possible, Qin Huaiyu said. Originally, Zhu Hongxue was the richest, but in the end, this prodigal spent 80 million devil coins chasing a girl. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. At least there was no problem with the demon's spirit heart. However, Yang Dingtian could not help but say, Today's auction is so monstrous. Will the demon spirit heart be sold for tens of millions? Impossible, Song Chanhua said. Although the demon spirit heart is much more useful than the thunder attribute talisman, It is not as rare as the thunder attribute talisman. The whole world may not find a single thunder attribute talisman. One demon spirit heart can be hunted every 2 or 3 years. Next, the second item of the finale auction, a complete demon spirit corpse. Fuck, Qin Huaiyu exclaimed, and then looked at Song Chunhua with Yang Dingtian in unison. They just hinted that I have a demon spirit heart, but I didn't know that it was a whole demon spirit corpse. Song Chunhua said, "What a scam! A demon spirit heart would cost around 10 million devil coins, and Yang Dingtian was confident that he could get it. However, the demon spirit was a treasure. The price of a corpse with a complete demon spirit heart was impossible to estimate. The energy of the demon spirit body was a treasure. The eyes of the demon spirit were a treasure. The limbs of the demon spirit were a treasure. The demon spirit's Xian vein was a treasure. Bring it up." Following the middle-aged auctioneer's shout, suddenly, for people carried a special crystal coffin up. Inside, there was a complete demon spirit corpse. Suddenly, in the big auction, there was a neat exclamation. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. This crystal coffin could seal any energy body and prevent the demon spirit's energy body from dissipating. Just this crystal coffin alone cost tens of thousands of devil coins. This demon spirit was very small, about less than a meter tall. The demon spirit was very ugly, and its entire body was sharp and terrifying, like a malicious spirit. Its entire body was black, and only its 2 eyes were yellowish-green, like 2 balls of flames. The history of the demon spirit was very long, and there were already traces of the demon spirit in ancient times. At this time, the demon spirit should be regarded as the most powerful species in the chaotic continent. Hunting an adult demon spirit required a team of at least 100 people. It required at least 10 master-level experts, and even a great grandmaster to lead the team. Even so, when the demon spirit was at its weakest, it needed a 9th-grade spirit master and poison master to weaken the demon spirit again. Even so, every time they hunted a demon spirit, they had to pay a bloody price. This is a 1,800-year-old demon spirit, the middle-aged auctioneer said. Suddenly, there was another round of exclamations of disbelief. No wonder it was so small. When a demon spirit reached 1,000 years old, its body would shrink again. However, the smaller its body, the more powerful it was, and the more amazing the value of each part of its body was. Just in terms of the dark demonic gold in its limbs, the purity of the dark demonic gold in the limbs of a 1,800-year-old demon spirit was about 10 times that of a 1,000-year-old demon spirit. Therefore, when the middle-aged auctioneer said that the demon spirit was 1,800-year-old, everyone exclaimed in disbelief again. 1,800 years old. This was the oldest demonic spirit that had been hunted in history. He really didn't know what kind of powerful person could hunt down an 1,800-year-old devil spirit. At least 1 or 2 great grandmasters, leading a team of dozens of grandmasters, would never be able to kill an 1,800-year-old demon spirit. As for who killed this demonic spirit, only the heavens knew. However, there was no doubt that every part of this demon spirit's body was already a supreme treasure. There was no doubt that this 1,800-year-old demon spirit would be auctioned for an astronomical figure. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I don't think anyone here has more devil coins than us." Qin Huaiyu said, "We're not going to win this demon spirit. Take Zhu Hongxue, for example. Even if he only has 30 million devil coins left, he can borrow 100 million devil coins in the name of the Black Heaven sect. 100 million devil coins." Yang Dingtian said, "Then Zhu Hongxue will definitely bid. Not only Zhu Hongxue, but all the other forces will also use the maximum loan. Moreover, several forces will join forces to bid for this demon spirit and take what they need." Qin Huaiyu said, "We won't be able to buy it with our 78 million devil coins." Let's find someone to bid for it with, Yang Dingtian said. Who? Qin Huaiyu asked. Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian said she has a lot of money. But she's the enemy. Song Chunhua said. We know she's the enemy, but she might not know we're the enemy. That's enough. Yang Dingtian said. All right, who's going? Qin Huaiyu asked. I'll go, Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the auction house was in chaos. Almost all the members were looking for allies. Everyone knew that they couldn't get this demon spirit alone, so they joined forces to bid for it. Yang Dingtian asked the staff to lead Yang Dingtian to Wu Maji's box. Come in. Wu Maji's unique cold voice came from inside. Yang Dingtian walked into the box. Wu Maji was still wearing a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Only her eyes were exposed. This pair of eyes was captivating and was the most alluring pair of eyes that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. What's the matter? Wu Maji asked. Are you interested in bidding for this demon spirit? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Wu Maji said. How much money do you have left? Yang Dingtian asked. 66 million. Wu Maji said. After pawning the secret manual, I have 76 million. Can we stake it all on this? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Wu Maji said. We have 78 million. Together with you, we have a total of 154 million. Yang Dingtian said. How about we join forces to bid for the demon spirit? How do we split it? Wu Maji asked. Tell me first, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Demon spirit eye, demon spirit mist. Wu Maji said. Then we want the demon spirit claw and demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian said. What about the rest? Wu Maji asked. We'll decide on the rest. Yang Dingtian said. Deal, Wu Maji said. Subsequently, Wu Maji followed Yang Dingtian to their private room. Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu nodded. Wu Maji also nodded. When she came in, there was a strange atmosphere in the box. Yang Dingtian found that her eyes were too alluring, not to mention looking at you. Even if she was beside you, it was as if she could disturb the magnetic field in the room. Yang Dingtian was truly suspicious. What exactly did this Wu Maji look like? We want the demon spirit heart and demon spirit claw. Wu Maji wants the demon spirit mist and demon spirit eye. Yang Dingtian said, the sum of our money is 154 million. Are you confident with this price? It depends on Zhu Hongxue. Song Chunhua said, if he joins forces with someone, no one can compete with him. He's so proud, he won't join forces with anyone. Yang Dingtian said. After a full hour, the auction for the 1,800-year-old demon spirit officially began. All the forces in the auction had found their allies and started to compete for the demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji were almost the strongest alliance in the auction. The second item of the finale of the auction, the 1,800-year-old complete demon spirit corpse. The auction begins. Please bid. As the middle-aged auctioneer's voice fell, the auction house was silent. No one bid. Of course, it was not that no one bid, but that everyone was drooling. They knew that this was a terrifying battle, so no one was willing to bid first. Qin Huaiyu suddenly said, This is only the second item of the finale, and it's already so precious. In that case, what would be the last item for the finale? I can't imagine it at all. That's right. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine it at all. In today's world, Yang Dingtian really couldn't think of a treasure that was more precious than a 1,800-year-old demon spirit corpse that could be sold. Don't think about that thing. We'll only chase after what we want. Yang Dingtian said. After a long while, there was still no one who made a bid. The auction house was eerily silent. 500,000. Someone made a bid. It was the voice of a familiar person. It was the mysterious woman with the face of a pretty girl and the figure of a devil. Her voice was full of hesitation. as if she wasn't clear about the value of the demon's spirit corpse. After this bid, the auction house burst into laughter. 50 million. Someone made a bid. Moreover, the bid was an astronomical figure. 60 million. 70 million. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million devil coins. Almost effortlessly, the price of the demonic spirit's corpse soared to 100 million devil coins. This price was already the second highest price in the auction in 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian almost didn't hear a familiar voice among the bids. Oh, there was once when the bid was 80 million. It was Kuei Si from the Earth Fisher City. Of course, he didn't have that much money. Even if he joined forces with the Sky Cloud Pavilion, they wouldn't have more than 50 million devil coins left. Obviously, they were mortgaging the reputation of the Earth Fisher City and the Sky Cloud Pavilion to get the maximum loan. However, Yang Dingtian's biggest rival, Zhu Hongxue, still didn't make a bid. 110 million devil coins. Kuei Si, the Earth Fisher City Lord, shouted. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "What's the maximum loan amount for the Earth Fisher City and the Sky Cloud Pavilion?" "About 80 million devil coins in total," Song Chunhua said. 120 million devil coins. It was another familiar voice. It was first Madame Gongsun from the 7 Refined Lane. Does the 7 Refined Lane have that much money? Yang Dingtian asked in disbelief. No, it's because many factions have joined forces to bid. If I'm not mistaken, first Madame Gongsun is only the one who made the bid. The real bidder must be from the 9 sects. Song Chunhua said, "First Madame Gongsun wants the demon spirit dance. If the demon spirit dance is paired with their sword dance, it will be indescribable." 130 million devil coins. Kuei Si, the Earth Fisher City Lord, was shocked. According to Song Chunhua's estimation, this was Kuei Si and Master Kai Lin's limit. 135 million devil coins. It was still first Madame Gongsun. Now, even Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be curious about the faction behind first Madame Gongsun. However, it seemed that they had reached their limit as well. This time, they only increased the bid by 5 million devil coins. Sure enough, Kuei Si stopped bidding. 130 million was indeed the limit of the two factions. Then, the scene fell into a short silence. No one bid higher than first Madame Gongsun. After a few minutes, Zhu Hongxue's voice finally rang out. 140 million. His voice was still cold and arrogant. Was 140 million his limit? The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone was waiting for the next bid or the result. Wu Maji's mesmerizing eyes looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized that although she didn't speak, every word she said seemed to be imprinted in Yang Dingtian's mind through her eyes. Bid? She seemed to ask. Yang Dingtian nodded. 150 million. Wu Maji bid. The scene was filled with exclamations. Chapter 397. 150 million. Wu Maji's bid caused everyone to exclaim. Wasn't Wu Maji already out of money just now? Why did she bid such a high price now? Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu held their breaths, waiting for the other side's reaction. If Zhu Hongxue continued to bid, Yang Dingtian's side would really be out of money. However, reality did not make Yang Dingtian wait for long. Zhu Hongxue quickly bid again. 155 million. His voice was still cold and arrogant, but this time he only increased the bid by 5 million. It seemed that he was almost at his limit. However, even this 155 million was enough to suppress Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Wu Maji. She shook her head, indicating that she was already at her limit and could not take out even 1 more cent. Song Chunhua also shook her head. Qin Huaiyu also shook his head. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not take out even 1 more cent. They already had enough surprises today, allowing them to obtain an astronomical figure of close to 80 million devil coins. And together with Wu Maji, they managed to gather an astronomical figure of 150 million. However, who would have thought that the auction was not for the demon spirit heart, but for an 1,800-year-old demon spirit? Therefore, it was auctioned for the second highest price in 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian had really tried his best. Was he going to give up just like that? Now, can we still ally with other forces? Yang Dingtian said, "Let's find Earth-splitting city, Lord Kuei, see to ally with him." "It's too late," Wu Maji said. "Once the auction starts, it can't be stopped. Also, Kuei Si will never ally with me. He hates me to the core." "Are we going to give up just like that?" Qin Huayu said. "For this item, we paid so much and prepared so much. It was not important how much they paid and how much they prepared. The key was that without the demon spirit heart, there would be no powerful battle puppet demon. For example, if Fa won the battle with Qin Chichi 80 days later, he would not be able to protect Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would never give up. Madam Ning, is the Ning clan of the South Sea afraid of the Black Heaven sect? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Wu Maji replied calmly. How's your cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. My cultivation is average, Wu Maji said. However, I am a shaman spirit master, equivalent to a high-level martial honorable. Sorcerer, the most powerful, the rarest, and the most mysterious profession in the chaos world. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua stared at Wu Maji in disbelief. No wonder Yang Dingtian found that her eyes seemed to be able to speak. It was no wonder that she possessed a pair of enchanting eyes. Shaman Spirit Master was a type of Spirit Master. However, the Witch Spirit Master was the most dangerous and feared type of Spirit Master. She was completely offensive. Her most direct method of attack was to summon dead, vengeful spirits to do battle. When a person died an unnatural death, their soul would turn into a ghost spirit and wander aimlessly around the place of death. They did not know where to go or what to do. They would just wander aimlessly, and their hearts would always be filled with resentment, trying to attack every life that they passed by. However, they were incorporeal, vengeful spirits, after all. Although they were powerful, they were separated by yin and yang. Ordinary people could not see them at all, so naturally they would not be attacked by them. However, there was a type of person who could temporarily summon these vengeful spirits, allowing them to break through the boundary of yin and yang and materialize their attacks on humans. Instantly, the vengeful spirits would become incomparably powerful. That was because when the vengeful spirits attacked you, they were real. However, when you attacked the vengeful spirits, they were indeed a ball of energy that was not afraid of weapons. This kind of person was a shaman spirit master. It was the rarest and most terrifying profession in the world. Spirit masters were very rare in the entire world. Only 1 out of 30,000 martial artists could become a true spirit master. In that case, only 1 out of a few hundred spirit masters could become a shaman spirit master. There were less than 1,000 spirit masters registered in the Taiendo League. However, there were only 3 sorcerers on the list. One of them was in the Black Heaven sect, one was in the Vulture Palace, and one was in the Yin-Yang School. However, the spirit master of the Black Heaven sect, Gui Wuzi, had gone missing. That's right, he went missing together with the alchemist Yin Tianchong. Gui Wuzi was Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle and the supreme elder of the Black Heaven sect. He was also Yin Tianchong's master. Yin Tianchong's talent was limited, so he could only inherit Gui Wuzi's alchemy skills. Even so, Yin Tianchong still broke through to the master level. Moreover, Yin Tianchong could only be considered as one of Gui Wuzi's disciples. It could be said that it was Gui Wuzi's disappearance that allowed Zhu Qingzhu to completely control the Black Heaven sect. The second spirit master was Ling Yaozi of the Yin-Yang School. At this time, he was also Dong Fong Minmi's martial uncle and was once the pillar of the Inyang school. However, more than 10 years ago, Ling Yaozi suddenly went berserk. His temperament changed drastically, and he started a massacre. Dong Fong Minmi had no choice but to gather all the experts in the world. He used Ling Yaozi's most beloved daughter as a bait and finally captured Ling Yaozi. He crippled the spiritual core in his brain and exiled him. Now his whereabouts were unknown. That's right, Ling Yaozi's daughter was Yang Dingtian's master's wife and Dong Fong Bingling's mother. Then the remaining spirit master on the list was Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. After Dong Fong Minmi and Shimen Liao were no longer around, every time they talked about the Grandmaster level experts in the Taekwondo League, they would use about 4 to 5 or 6 vague numbers. There was no doubt that they were Grandmaster level experts. Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heaven sect was one, Qin Wanqiu of the Northwest Qin City was another, and the Undying Elder of the Inyang School was also one. Lun Qingqin was also a Grandmaster level expert recently. Therefore, he was listed as a quasi-Grandmaster like Kuei Si of the Earth Splitting City, Master Kai Lin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Song Shao of the World Society. However, there was one person who was definitely listed as a Grandmaster level expert, even though no one knew him. That was Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian had traveled the world for a few years, but he had almost never seen any traces of the disciples of the Vulture Palace. This was because this sect had almost no disputes with the outside world and did not care about anything in the world. According to his master, Dong Fong Minmi, he had not seen any disciples of the Vulture Palace for at least a few decades. Even on important days like the Inyang School's Grand Ceremony and the Taekwondo League's Grand Assembly, the people of the Vulture Palace were absent. And this Vulture Palace was one of the 9 sections. Of the 9 sects in the world, the Vulture Palace was ranked first, far above the Northwest Qin City. The other sects all had their own territories. The smaller ones were a few hundred square kilometers, while the larger ones were thousands or tens of thousands of square kilometers. On the other hand, the Vulture Palace did not have an inch of land. It only had a remote valley with no residents. Moreover, the people of the Vulture Palace never intermarried with the outside world. They were extremely isolated and mysterious. Such a lofty sect did not interact with the outside world, nor did they curry favor with the Inyang School or the Black Heaven sect. They were reclusive and isolated from the world, as if they would never interact with the outside world. If it were any other sect, they would have been removed from the list long ago. However, after a few decades, the Vulture Palace was still ranked first among the 9 sects in the world. No one dared to touch it. Why? Because the Vulture Palace had Wulingzi, the ancestor of the Vulture Palace. Wulingzi was the only spiritualist left in the Taekwondo League. He was extremely powerful. No one dared to provoke him. Even the Inyang School and the Black Heaven sect did not dare to provoke him. Although spiritualists were not mainstream, they were definitely people who stood at the top of the world's pyramid. This Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea actually said that she was a spiritualist. No wonder Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, and Qin Huaiyu were all shocked. Do all spiritualists have to cover their faces? Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. Wu Maji said calmly, "That's right. Spiritualists cannot let others see their true faces. Otherwise, their spiritual spells will be ineffective in front of this person." Yang Dingtian was surprised. "Why is that?" "The unknown brings fear," Wu Maji said. "Once the fear is gone, the power of a spiritualist will be greatly reduced." Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. "Madam Ning, since you are not afraid of the Black Heaven sect, are you willing to pay a huge price for this demon soul, even if it means offending the Black Heaven sect?" "Of course," Wu Maji said. "Okay." Yang Dingtian said, "We will kill Zhu Hongxue and take the demon's soul." Qin Huaiyu trembled. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. You're crazy. Do you know the consequences of offending Zhu Hongxue? If Zhu Hongxue dies here, the whole world will be shocked." Zhu Hongxue is powerful, but he might not be able to reach tens of thousands of miles away, Yang Dingtian said. Most importantly, Wu Maji can shoulder the blame and suspicion. Yang Dingtian's words shocked Song Chanhua even more. Song Chanhua looked at Yang Dingtian with even more shock. Wu Maji was still here, and Yang Dingtian actually said that he wanted to frame her and slander her. I don't care, Wu Maji said calmly. No matter how domineering Zhu Hongxue is, he won't dare to do anything to the Ning clan of the South Sea. Others might not know, but Yang Dingtian knew that Wu Maji had the confidence to say such words, because Ning Wuming of the Ning clan of the South Sea was a direct descendant of Yan Pianxian, the crown prince of the Temple of Annihilation. Even if Zhu Hongxue was furious, there was nothing he could do. Most importantly, Zhu Hongxue stole the lightning-type talisman to pursue Dongfang Bingling, which definitely offended Yan Pianxian. He was probably very happy to see Zhu Hongxue killed by the Ning clan of the South Sea. Okay, it's settled then. Yang Dingtian said, Qin Huayu, Chen Hua, you two must have an alibi when it happened. You must reveal your identities and appear in front of the public to prove your innocence. No, I'll go too, Song Chanhua said. No. Yang Dingtian said firmly. Wu Maji suddenly said, Before we kill him together, I have to know your identity, Mr. Shao. He's my fiancé. That's all you need to know. Song Chanhua said, Of course, I will never admit it outside. In front of the public, I will never get married. Wu Maji looked at Song Chanhua with a strange look on her face. Then she nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Zhu Hongxue is the young master of the Black Heaven sect. He must have experts by his side. Yang Dingtian said, and they are grandmasters. It's difficult for the two of us to kill him. So, we must wait until he's alone. I'll think of a way. Wu Maji said, I have a way to make him come alone. Lure him into our trap and kill him. Happy cooperation, Yang Dingtian said. Happy cooperation. Wu Maji said. Therefore, in the private room, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji made a terrible plan to kill Zhu Hongxue and steal the demon's soul. And in the auction house, no one competed with Zhu Hongxue. Time passed second by second. Zhu Hongxue's price of 155 million was unbeatable. Finally, the middle-aged auctioneer slowly raised his hand and was ready to drop the hammer. 160 million devil coins. Suddenly, a pleasant yet timid voice was heard. Everyone cried out in alarm. Who was this person? She actually bid 160 million. This was too shocking. Moreover, someone dared to compete with the Black Heaven sect. This was too awesome. Yang Dingtian also exclaimed because the bidder turned out to be an acquaintance. It was a mysterious woman with a beautiful face and a seductive figure. The first bidder for the demon soul's corpse was her. However, she bid 500,000 devil coins for fun. Everyone thought that she must have no money because she stopped bidding after the lightning talisman exceeded 1 million. Who would have thought that she would actually bid a sky-high price of 160 million? Zhu Hongxue seemed to be in disbelief that someone dared to compete with her. She said coldly, People of the Shang Palace, don't you care about those who maliciously raise the price? Don't you want to check if this person really has this number of devil coins? The middle-aged auctioneer nodded and said, Young Master Zhu, she has this number of devil coins. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. This mysterious girl didn't cooperate with anyone. She had so much money on her own. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Wu Maji. They really misjudged her. It turned out that this girl was the real hidden rich. Who could she be? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, which force in the world has 160 million devil coins? She can't be that old ancestors' people, right? Qin Huayu said. Song Chanhua said, no way, they don't have any contact with the outside world. But, except for that old ancestors' people, Probably no one in the world has such an astronomical number of devil coins. Wu Maji suddenly said. However, now Yang Dingtian was faced with a choice. If this mysterious girl snatched the demon soul's corpse, would Yang Dingtian still bid? If this girl snatched the demon soul's corpse, would you still bid? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a headache. If this girl was really that old ancestor's people, probably no one would want to offend her. That old ancestor was probably the most mysterious, most bizarre, and most terrifying person in the world. If Zhu Qingzhu didn't want to offend someone, Yang Dingtian naturally didn't want to offend her. What about you? Are you going to bid? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm not afraid of Black Heaven's sex, Zhu Qingzhu, but I'm afraid of that old ancestor. If you want to bid, go ahead. I won't participate. Wu Maji said. Sure enough, even Wu Maji was unwilling to participate. 163 million. Zhu Hongxue said, Miss, if you're willing to give this demon soul's corpse to me, the Black Heaven sect will definitely remember this favor. It was definitely not easy for Zhu Hongxue, who was Lung Ao to the extreme, to say something like this. It was obvious that Zhu Hongxue had also guessed this girl's background. No, everyone wants this, so it must be something good. If I buy it, my great-grandpa will definitely be happy, the mysterious girl said. When she said this, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji looked at each other again. Without a doubt, this person's identity was confirmed. The old ancestor of the Vulture Palace, the granddaughter of Wu Lingzi's first wife. However, her reason for buying this demon soul's corpse left Yang Dingtian speechless. It was only because she saw others competing for it and felt that it must be something good, so she followed suit. 163.01 million. The mysterious girl's bid almost made Zhu Hongxue vomit blood. 165 million. Zhu Hongxue said. 165.01 million. The girl from the Vulture Palace said. If Yang Dingtian was Zhu Hongxue, he would have vomited blood and died. This girl, whether she was naive or doing it on purpose, only increased the bid by 10,000 each time. I give up. Zhu Hongxue was filled with unwillingness and suppressed anger. A few minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer dropped the hammer and announced that the 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse belonged to the mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji both showed an extremely helpless expression. Goodbye. After the dust settled, Wu Maji immediately left. Next, the third item of the finale, which is also the last item of this auction. Although everyone's emotions were overdrawn by the demon soul's corpse just now, they were still slightly shocked at this moment and were concerned about the final treasure. The 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse was only the second item of the finale, and it was auctioned for more than 160 million devil coins. Then, how amazing would the final treasure be? Even the currently desolate Yang Dingtian couldn't help but raise his spirits as he paid attention to this final treasure. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine what could be more precious than the 1,800-year-old demon soul's corpse. Everyone craned their necks and stared at the center of the auction. The last item is an unknown item. The middle-aged auctioneer waved his hand. Immediately, someone brought up a blood-black gold box that looked like a single piece. The blood-black gold box was completely sealed without any gaps. I don't know what's inside. The entire merchant palace doesn't know what's inside, the middle-aged auctioneer said. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. What was this? Using something you don't even know as the finale item of the auction. Isn't this just fooling people? However, the owner of this item is the most esteemed guest of the merchant palace in the Demon City. He has used his highest authority and designated this item as the finale of the auction. Hence, there is nothing we can do. The middle-aged auctioneer said, so I can't guarantee that this item will be worth the price. It's up to you whether you're willing to bid. All right, let the auction begin, the middle-aged auctioneer said. Suddenly, there was silence in the hall. No one made a bid. This thing was too deceptive. Of course, many people were filled with endless curiosity. What kind of treasure was it? If it was a real treasure of heaven and earth, it would be worth it to snatch it home. 500,000. Suddenly, someone called out with anticipation. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. With a speculative mentality, many people called out bids. 2,000,000. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. 2,300,000. It was that familiar voice again. It was the mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace. As soon as she made a bid, everyone fell silent. There was no other reason. Just now, her bid of 165.01 million had shocked everyone. Now that everyone was competing for this unknown item, her curiosity was piqued. No one had the confidence to compete with her, not to mention the old ancestor behind her. Just her financial resources alone were probably not enough to compete with him. 3 million, Yang Dingtian said to Song Chanhua. Song Chanhua was stunned for a moment, then she immediately understood and called out, 3 million! For million, the mysterious girl from the Vulture Palace directly raised the bid to 1 million. 5 million, Song Chanhua said. 6 million, the mysterious girl said. 7 million. 8 million. The bidding rose anxiously. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Call out 20 million to see how much money she has." 20 million, Song Chanhua said. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed again. Was there something wrong with her? 20 million for an inexplicable item? Sigh. Sure enough, the mysterious girl sighed and said, "I have no more money." A few minutes later, the middle-aged auctioneer's hammer fell. In this way, Yang Dingtian spent a sky-high price of 20 million devil coins to buy the so-called final treasure. Of course, it could also be the most deceptive thing in history. The auction officially ended. In the room of the restaurant, Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, and Qin Huaiyu surrounded the bloody black gold box. What could it be? The three of them were extremely curious. "Open it and take a look," Qin Huaiyu said. "No hurry. Let's wait for the princess from the Vulture Palace. Maybe our demon spirit heart will depend on her curiosity," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu was stunned and said, "No way. She can't be so curious." "Miss, there's a girl outside who came to visit and said that she knows you." Outside, a warrior reported to Song Chanhua. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "She is here. Our demon spirit heart is settled." Chapter 398. Yang Dingtian spent 20 million devil coins to buy the so-called finale treasure of the big auction. No one knew what was inside the box. Even the people of the Magic City's merchant palace said that it might be a worthless fraud. If it wasn't for the little princess of the Vulture Palace, he wouldn't have spent 20 million to buy this unknown finale treasure. Now, the little princess of the Vulture Palace really came. Whether Yang Dingtian could coax the heart of the demon spirit depended on the curiosity of the little princess and whether she was naive enough. When Yang Dingtian saw her again, he couldn't help but sigh. At that time at the small auction, Yang Dingtian thought that she was an irrelevant passerby, who knew that her background was the biggest. The first of the 9 sects in the world, the Vulture Palace isolated itself from the outside world. How many years had it been? However, when he saw the huge cold jade coffin on her back, she actually walked around with it on her back after buying the demon spirit. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Song Chanhua couldn't help but collapse. "Please, it's the most precious treasure in the world, the corpse of a 1,800-year-old demon spirit. You spent a total of 165.01 million devil coins to snatch it from Zhu Hongxue. You just openly carried the huge coffin on your back and swaggered through the city. Although your great-grandfather is the ancestor that the whole world fears and the only great wizard in the world, you are too confident in the security of Sky Demon City. This is definitely a criminal paradise for murder and robbery. Hey, you liar! The sword you sold me was the best sword in the world. You actually have several of them. As soon as she came in, the little princess of the Vulture Palace scolded Yang Dingtian. I didn't say that I only have one. Yang Dingtian said, Then the map of the mysterious flame you gave me is real. Of course it's real, the little princess of the Vulture Palace said. However, I also want to pick this mysterious flame. It belongs to whoever picks it first. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. She actually sold a mysterious flame to Yang Dingtian in exchange for a treasure sword. Your great-grandfather is a great wizard. Then are you? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. I am not, the little princess of the Vulture Palace said. I am a celestial wizard. Impossible, Qin Huaiyu exclaimed. There hasn't been a celestial wizard for more than 500 years. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but stare in shock at the Spirit Vulture Palace's little princess, who had a pretty face and a devilish figure. Celestial master was a very long time ago. Celestial was a celestial wizard master. Celestial. A celestial wizard was a synonym for absolute power and mystery. In the whole world, there were only 3 celestial wizards. Among them, Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle, Gui Wuzi, was missing. Dong Fangmin's father-in-law, Ling Yaozi, was exiled. The only celestial wizard left in the world was the Vulture Palace's ancestor, Wu Lingzi. Yesterday, when Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea said that she was a celestial wizard, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were shocked. Now, the little princess of the Vulture Palace in front of them said that she was a celestial wizard. It was really shocking. There hadn't been a celestial wizard in the world for hundreds of years. A celestial wizard could summon the wandering ghosts to fight. A celestial wizard could summon all the spiritual energy in the surroundings to fight. This included old trees, ancient boulders, and even vast lands and huge glaciers. These things all had souls, but they were almost always in a state of deep sleep. A celestial wizard had the sensing ability of being one with the world and could awaken these huge, sleeping souls to fight. Therefore, a celestial wizard was definitely the most powerful profession in the world. A celestial wizard that had disappeared for hundreds of years had now reappeared? Yang Dingtian really couldn't believe it. You don't believe me? The little princess of the Vulture Palace said. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 nodded. The little princess of the Vulture Palace gently curled her finger. Suddenly, the jade floor on the ground suddenly shattered into powder and then condensed into a small figure. It jumped onto the little princess of the Vulture Palace's palm and began to dance happily. Its appearance and expression were extremely lively, as if it really had a life of its own. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 were completely stunned. How is this possible? Now you believe me. The little princess of the Vulture Palace smiled and then blew a breath. Suddenly, the little person turned into powder and flew to the original place where the floor was and reformed into a complete jade floor. What a marvelous skill! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and the others couldn't help but show a trace of jealousy. Yang Dingtian was the most talented person in the world, so he definitely wouldn't envy anyone. But at this time, he really couldn't help but envy the girl in front of him. A celestial wizard's talent was destined to be the most powerful person in the world. It seemed that the world was indeed going to change greatly. Otherwise, how could a celestial wizard that had disappeared for 500 years appear in this world again? Well, what's your name? Yang Dingtian asked first. Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. My name is Vulture, the little princess said. Ah, Yang Dingtian, you also think that this name is not good. My great-grandfather insisted on naming me after the Vulture Palace. This name is too old and doesn't sound good, the little princess said. Then I'll call you little princess from now on, Yang Dingtian said. The little princess lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, I like this name. Well, you are a celestial wizard. Is that sword useful to you? Yang Dingtian asked. It's useless, the little princess said. Then why did you use the mysterious fire map to exchange for the sword? Yang Dingtian asked. Your sword is very beautiful. I like it very much, the little princess said. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. After a while he asked, Well, little princess, why are you here? What is the mysterious treasure that you bought at the end of the auction? Did you open that box? The little princess's big eyes were filled with curiosity. Yang Dingtian was waiting for the sentence. The final auction of the Magic City's merchant palace was a fraud. It was an unknown thing stored in a bloody black gold box. It could be a treasure or a waste. Yang Dingtian spent 20 million magic coins to buy it because of the little princess's curiosity. Not yet, Yang Dingtian said. That's good. The little princess said, Open it now and let me see what's inside. I can show you what it is, but how about we make a deal? Yang Dingtian said. What deal? The little princess's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with vigilance. Give me the demon spirit heart, and I'll show you the thing, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu rolled his eyes when he heard this. Why didn't he see that Yang Dingtian was so shameless? He wanted someone to give him the demon spirit heart just by looking at it. His shamelessness was indescribable. Do you think I'm stupid? The little princess said with her eyes wide open. No, it's just a deal, Yang Dingtian said. The little princess pursed her lips and stared at the box. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I promise you, but I have another request. Say it, Yang Dingtian said. You have the mystic flame map now, so in order to get the mystic flame, you have to leave 3 days later than me, the little princess said. 2 days at most, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. The little princess said, Deal. Open the box and let me see what's inside. Then I'll give you the demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua were dumbfounded. This was also possible. Who was this little princess of the Vulture Palace? Just to satisfy her curiosity, she actually took out the priceless demon spirit heart. This was too easy to coax. The 4 of them held their breaths. The little princess almost put her face on the box. Her eyes, which were already very big, were now open to the maximum. The key point was that her face was very small, like a palm. Therefore, it felt like that pair of big eyes almost took up half of her face. Yang Dingtian was also filled with curiosity. He held his breath and stared at the complete, bloody black gold devil box. He spent 20 million devil coins to buy it. If it was really a scam, then his finger gently condensed, and suddenly a dazzling flame appeared. You already have the mystic flame. Why do you still want to snatch it from me? The little princess suddenly said, It's not me who wants it, it's my friend who wants it, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic flame into a line, and suddenly the temperature became extremely terrifying. It gently scratched the incomparably sturdy, bloody black gold devil box. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire bloody black gold devil box was easily cut open like cutting tofu. Then, everyone held their breaths. Yang Dingtian held the box with both hands and carefully opened it. Inside there was still a box. No way, it was really a scam. Inside there was still a fist-sized, bloody black gold devil box. Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to cut open the box again. The scam was that there was still a box inside. Every time he opened it, there was always a smaller box inside. In this way, Yang Dingtian opened a total of 9 bloody black gold devil boxes. The last box was only the size of a finger. Yang Dingtian was already powerless to complain. The little princess's beautiful eyes rolled around, feeling cheated and ready to regret at any time. Holding back his curses, Yang Dingtian once again used the mystic flame to cut open the 10th box. If there were still boxes inside, Yang Dingtian would definitely use the mystic flame to burn all the boxes clean. Whoosh! The 10th box was suddenly cut open. Yang Dingtian opened the box. However, before he opened it, a sudden force rushed out, and something ran out from inside. Then it jumped directly on the ground and was about to escape without a trace. It was so fast that everyone present couldn't even see it clearly. Chase it! Suddenly, the four people quickly rushed to the thing that ran out of the box. This little thing was only the size of a pinky and looked like a ball of green. It ran very fast, jumping like a shadow. 3 martial venerables couldn't catch this little thing at all. Humph, let's see where you can run to. The little princess hooked her finger, and immediately the jade floor on the ground turned into powder, and then turned into countless little people. Then an incomparably spectacular scene appeared. Countless jade people came out from the floor and the walls, forming an army of thousands of men and horses, surrounding the little thing that escaped from the bloody black gold box. No matter how fast this little thing was, it couldn't resist the number of people. Not long after, it was captured obediently. This time, the few of them saw it clearly. This little thing was actually a sticky thing like a slug. It had a green color, no feet, no hands, no eyes, nothing. It was only a jelly-like thing. After being caught by the jade people, it was still desperately struggling to escape. What is this? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Of course, no one knew what it was. We've been tricked. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua both nodded. You're a heaven spirit master, so you should be able to penetrate everything in the world. What do you think this is? Yang Dingtian said. Let me try. The little princess said. Then her big eyes slightly focused, and suddenly a ray of light shot from her beautiful eyes directly into the little thing's body. A heaven spirit master has the ability to become one with the world. Her divine sense can enter almost all objects and understand the energy composition inside. Of course, a heaven spirit master is not a pure spirit master. They can only analyze the energy inside objects, read minds, and read souls. That is what a spirit master does. Ah! The little princess let out a blood-curdling scream, and then her entire body was sent flying. After getting up from the ground, she covered her eyes and rubbed them hard. Are you okay? Yang Dingtian asked. After a while, the little princess covered her eyes with her hands. Her beautiful big eyes were red at this time, and when she looked at the green little thing again, she was full of fear. This thing is very scary. I don't know what's inside it. I've never encountered such a situation. The little princess said, However, I think you should put it back in the box or the consequences will be very serious, I think. Yang Dingtian was about to grab the little thing and put it back in the box. Don't use your hands. This thing is very, very scary. The little princess said, Oh, right. I have seen deep-sea shen poison, and it is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, No, it is not deep-sea shen poison. As long as I don't touch deep-sea shen poison, I'm not afraid I can analyze it, but this thing I am very afraid. The little princess said, Could it be an evil spirit? Yang Dingtian said in horror, No, it is not an evil spirit. The little princess said, Evil spirit is the root of the chaos world's evil, the source of corruption, the source of destruction. This thing is definitely not an evil spirit. Then the little princess said in surprise, You also know about evil spirits. Then you are very amazing. I will help you put it in. You use your fastest speed to seal the bloody black gold box and merge it. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then the little princess controlled the little jade person to grab the green thing back into the bloody black gold box. Yang Dingtian used mystic fire to quickly melt and glue the bloody black gold box together. Then, layer by layer, one box on top of another box, a total of more than a dozen boxes were used to contain the little thing. Now, Yang Dingtian knew why 10 boxes were used. It was not that the little thing's owner cheated him, it was that this little thing was too amazing. You spent 20 million to buy this thing. I vaguely feel that you got a big bargain. This thing should be more precious than demon spirit. The little princess said, "But I don't know what use it has for now." After looking at the final treasure, Yang Dingtian looked at the little princess, worried that she would go back on her word. The point was, even if she went back on her word, Yang Dingtian could do nothing. He could not turn hostile and snatch the thing. This little girl was a celestial spirit master, unpredictable. Plus, she had the world's most powerful and most terrifying ancestor behind her, who dared to provoke her. Wu Maji, a sorcerer, dared to kill Zhu Hongxue, but she did not dare to snatch this little girl's things. "Don't worry, I won't go back on what I promised." The little princess rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "Prepare the things to store the demon's spirit heart. There should be a mysterious ice jade box, right? If not, don't blame me, I won't wait for you." Yang Dingtian immediately took out the mysterious ice jade box. The little princess immediately glared at him and said, "Have you been thinking about me for a long time? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" No. Yang Dingtian shook his head. The little princess glared at him fiercely. After satisfying her curiosity, she felt that she had suffered a great loss in this deal, so she did not have a good look at Yang Dingtian. However, it seemed that she could not turn hostile and go back on her word. Then, Yang Dingtian was worried about how to dig out the demon's spirit heart. Because as long as this coffin was opened, the incomparably precious demon's spirit fog inside would instantly dissipate. But then, a scene that stunned him happened. The little girl gently swiped her finger, and a hole directly opened in the chest of the demon's spirit corpse, and then the demon's spirit heart floated out. Then, a hole quickly opened in the cold jade coffin, allowing the demon's spirit heart to fly out. Almost instantly, the hole in the cold jade coffin closed. The demon's spirit heart flew directly in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian opened the mysterious ice jade box, and the demon's spirit heart flew into the box. At this time, Yang Dingtian really saw the magical and powerful demon spirit heart. It was in the shape of a heart, but it was definitely not a body. Instead, it was a crystal. The inside was black, but also transparent. It was a very strange feeling, black but transparent. Inside, there was a terrifying energy surging. A mysterious energy was constantly beating in the heart. Demon spirit heart. It could revive any corpse if it was placed in it. The older the demon spirit heart, the more energy it could support the battle puppet demon. This was a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. There was absolutely no problem supporting Lung Qingqin's master-level body. The powerful battle puppet demon was already more than half complete. Yang Dingtian was about 70 to 80% sure that he could defeat Qin Chi. However, there was another problem. That was, the demon spirit heart was violent and bloodthirsty and uncontrollable. It needed to be suppressed with a puppet battle soul to control the battle puppet demon. However, this was a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. Just relying on Lung Qingqin's puppet battle soul and 10 Martial Venerable's puppet battle souls was far from enough to suppress this incomparably powerful demon spirit heart. Yang Dingtian needed an incomparably powerful puppet battle soul, maybe 10 Martial Venerables or maybe 1 Martial Venerable's puppet battle soul. However, to obtain 10 Martial Venerables and 1 Martial Venerable's puppet battle soul, how difficult was that? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at the demon's spirit heart, speechless. It turned out that for Yang Dingtian, the older the demon spirit heart was, the better it was. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had only spent 20 million demon coins to obtain a demon spirit heart that was 1,800 years old. It was a great bargain. However, it seemed that this bargain was not easy to take advantage of. Indeed, if there was a gain, there would be a loss. After giving the demon spirit heart to Yang Dingtian, the little princess carried the huge coffin on her back again. With such a huge coffin on her seductive back, it looked really visually impactful. However, this was tantamount to telling the whole world that she was carrying a treasure on her back. Come and snatch it. Little princess, it's more than 10,000 miles from here to the demon realm. Are you going to carry it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yeah, why? The little princess looked at Yang Dingtian cautiously. You're not afraid that someone will snatch it on the way? Yang Dingtian asked. Whoever dares to snatch it can come and try. The little princess said, and then said, You've already cheated the demon's spirit heart. Don't even think about getting anything else. After saying that, she quickly left with the huge coffin on her back and disappeared in a moment. She's probably in danger. Why don't we invite her to go with us? Song Chanhua said. She definitely won't agree. She's most wary of us now. Yan Dingtian said. In the world, there should be very few people who dare to touch her, who dares to offend the old ancestor behind her. However, this old ancestor is protective and antisocial. Whoever dares to touch this girl, I'm afraid that the old ancestor will be unreasonable and directly kill the whole family. Qin Huayu said, Then do we have to wait 3 days before setting off for the demon realm? Of course not, Yang Dingtian said. In the next half of the day, we will go to the demon city's merchant palace to purchase things. We have so many demon coins on us. It would be a waste if we don't spend them. After purchasing, we will immediately set off for the demon realm. Then you promised that girl that you would set off 3 days later. Does it not count? Qin Huayu asked. That was just a joke. Of course, it doesn't count, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu was astonished and said, Why do I feel that I have suddenly become upright? Song Chanhua rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. It wasn't that Qin Huayu had become upright. It was that Yang Dingtian had become shameless. I feel that if we can pull Vulture into our group, our chances of winning will be much higher, Qin Huayu said. I know, but we have to take it slowly, Yang Dingtian said. She isn't as noble and upright as Chanhua. She might be naive, but she is also very suspicious. I feel that you are saying that I am foolish. Song Chanhua stared at Yang Dingtian with her big eyes and said seriously. Yang Dingtian and the others went to the demon city's merchant palace to make a huge purchase and bought many precious things. However, the thing that Yang Dingtian wanted the most wasn't bought. Yang Dingtian asked Song Chanhua to ask if there were any Chaos Devil Turbidity for sale. After obtaining the demon's spirit heart, what he needed the most was the Chaos Devil Turbidity. It was the most important thing to construct the mystic Qi Grand Array. The golden merchant glanced at the three of them and said faintly, You think too highly of my demon city's merchant palace. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Perhaps this was equivalent to going to a certain tycoon on Earth and saying, I want to buy 3,000 of the best nuclear warheads, 3,000 intercontinental missile carriers, 30 strategic nuclear submarines, and 100 strategic stealth bombers. If that was the case, no matter which tycoon on Earth, they would look at you as if you were an idiot. Half a day later, the sky turned dark. Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, and Qin Huayu flew towards the west under the night sky. They were heading towards the demon region to search for the mystic flame. Originally, Song Chanhua didn't need to go, but she insisted on going. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to let her accompany them. The demon region was in the northeastern part of the Land of Chaos, on the land opposite the Rapture River. That place was also known as the Forbidden Zone for life. Geographically, the demon region was parallel to the yin-yang mirror. It was just that the yin-yang mirror had turned from a paradise to hell. As for the demon region, Yang Dingtian had only heard of it and had never seen it before. Of course, there were very few people in this world who had been there before. It was because that place was the forbidden zone for life. Without sufficient spiritual herbs and cultivation base, staying there for even 2 hours was akin to courting death. The three of them rode on their high-altitude mounts and flew for close to 3,000 miles in one night. This place was already the land of chaos and wasn't far from the 1,000-mile swamp. After flying for another half a day, they arrived at the sky above the 1,000-mile swamp. City Lord Yang, if we continue forward, we will be in the territory of the evil ways. After that, we will be in the territory of the Temple of Blood. Should we take a detour? Song Chanhua asked. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "No need. The detour is too far. Let's go straight." Moreover, he also wanted to know what the Temple of Blood looked like now, even if it was just passing by. Of course, deep in his heart, he also wanted to know if Dugu Fingwu was still in the Temple of Blood. Flying to the center of the swamp, Yang Dingtian was very familiar with this place. It was the place where Yang Dingtian encountered the Poison Hands Devil. Suddenly, there was an intense battle sound coming from below. "Today, I will let you die under my sword." At the same time, there was a familiar voice that was arrogant and cold. It was the proud son of heaven, Zhu Hongxue, Yang Dingtian's mortal enemy. Who was he trying to kill? Yang Dingtian focused his eyes and got a huge shock. The person Zhu Hongxue wanted to kill was actually the little princess that he had just parted with not long ago. The little princess of the Vulture Palace. At this moment, she was carrying a massive coffin and controlling 3 giant sludge poison men to resist Zhu Hongxue. Furthermore, Zhu Hongxue was alone and didn't have any other experts. This Zhu Hongxue was actually so shameless to try to kill the little princess and snatch the devil spirit corpse. It turned out that the swamp where the Poison Hands Devil was in was completely under the control of the little princess of the Vulture Palace. It had turned into 3 giant sludge men to trap Zhu Hongxue. Every sludge giant was 4 to 5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in green and were covered in lethal poison. In fact, Yang Dingtian even saw the corpse of the Poison Hands Devil within the sludge giants. When the sludge poison men waved their hands, they would have thousands of hands. When the swords and sabers slashed, they would be sliced into 2. However, they would instantly recover to their original state and were completely invulnerable. Therefore, even though Zhu Hongxue's cultivation was astonishing, he was still unable to do anything to the little princess. The number 1 young expert in the world is only SOSO. The little princess sneered and said, "Dongfang Bingling is just like you. Insignificant skill." Zhu Hongxue formed a sword art. Boom! Raging flames instantly burst out from his body. Heaven and earth Xian flame. Yang Dingtian could tell at a glance that Zhu Hongxue's body was also bursting with a heaven and earth Xian flame. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that he was the only one with a Xian flame of this level. He did not expect Zhu Hongxue to also have one. Boom! The Xian flame burned more and more vigorously. Then, like a small nuclear bomb, it suddenly exploded. Immediately, white flames engulfed the 3 sludge giants. The originally invulnerable sludge giants were instantly roasted dry by the flames. Then, they melted and finally turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Yang Dingtian, who was in the sky, was shocked. He looked at Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu. This Zhu Hongxue was actually so powerful. 9-star superior marshal revered. Song Chanhua said, "That's right, he was a 9-star marshal revered." He was still half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. This Zhu Hongxue and Dongfang Bingling were indeed favored by the heavens. Among the younger generation, their cultivation was indeed the strongest. When the little princess of the Vulture Palace saw the sludge giants being destroyed, she was shocked. Immediately after, Zhu Hongxue's sword flew into the sky and fiercely stabbed at her. "Lie!" the little princess shouted. Suddenly, a giant like a small mountain suddenly drilled out from under the swamp and blocked in front of her and Zhu Hongxue. Then the little princess turned around and flew into the sky. She rode the wind energy and flew away. A celestial spirit master could control the energy of the air and fly quickly without any effort. The mountain-like mud giant waved its fist the size of a house and smashed it at Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue stabbed his sword and shook it violently. The heaven and earth Xian flame suddenly exploded. Boom! The giant the size of a small mountain was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. It turned into raging flames and fell to the ground one after another. Whoosh! Zhu Hongxue's entire body turned into a burning meteor and chased after the flying little princess. Zhu Hongxue's flying speed was too fast. It was much faster than Yang Dingtian's fastest flying speed. In just a moment, he caught up with the little princess. Zhu Hongxue, my great-grandfather is Wulingzi. Do you dare to kill me? The little princess said, So what if I kill you? Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Then Zhu Hongxue's sword was as sharp as a rainbow and suddenly shot toward the little princess's back. A heaven-sent opportunity. Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sword and said coldly, Kill Zhu Hongxue now. Go. Yes, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he killed Zhu Hongxue here, no one would know and no one would know. Furthermore, he could completely push the blame onto Wu Lingzi and sell Wu Lingzi, the old ancestor, a huge favor. Qin Huayu hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a crazy and burning light appeared in his eyes as he slowly pulled out his sword. Song Chunhua's eyes were slightly hesitant. She looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, City Lord Yang, do you really want to kill him? A heaven-sent opportunity, kill. Yang Dingtian said, Go. Yang Dingtian gave the order. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, and Song Chunhua turned into 3 burning meteors and rushed toward Zhu Hongxue. Yang Dingtian, a 2-star martial venerable. Qin Huayu, a 6-star martial venerable. Song Chunhua, an 8-star martial venerable. In addition, there was an unpredictable little princess. The 4 of them should be more than enough to kill a 9-star martial venerable, Zhu Hongxue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost instantly, Zhu Hongxue's burning soul sword stabbed into the little princess's delicate back. Almost at the same time, Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords burned fiercely. From 3 directions, they stabbed toward Zhu Hongxue's head. They only wanted to kill with 1 blow. Chapter 399. Zhu Hongxue didn't dodge at all, allowing Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords to stab his head. He was just focused on stabbing the back of the little princess' neck, determined to kill her. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword stabbed Zhu Hongxue's temple. At the same time, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua's swords also stabbed his forehead and right temple. At the same time, Zhu Hongxue's sword stabbed the little princess's pink back. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud, thunderous sound. A golden light suddenly burst out from Zhu Hongxue's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The tips of Yang Dingtian and the other 2's swords had just touched Zhu Hongxue's skin when they were instantly ejected by the golden light shield. Their bodies shook violently. Puff! The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and the moment Zhu Hongxue's sword stabbed the little princess. Whoosh! The figure of the little princess of Vulture instantly disappeared and immediately appeared 100 meters away. That's right, it was a real teleportation, a real shadow shift, not a superposition of speed, but a direct disappearance on the spot. The dress on the little princess body had the demon's spirit mist, so she could teleport. Teleporting 100 meters. It was woven with the energy of 2,000 or 3,000-year-old demon spirits' bodies. The little princess of Vulture Palace definitely didn't buy the demon spirit corpse for fun, nor to please the ancestor. She was fully aware of the preciousness of this 1,800-year-old demon spirit corpse. Moreover, after teleporting, she directly hid behind Yang Dingtian. Xiao, Jianyue, help me quickly. This Zhu Hongxue wants to kill me and steal my demon spirit corpse. Behind him, the little princess of Vulture said. Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, and Qin Huaiyu formed a triangle and surrounded Zhu Hongxue in the air with their heavy swords. A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way. Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Although Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu had both disguised themselves, Song Chanhua could be recognized at a glance because of the uniqueness of her figure and gender. Zhu Hongxue didn't even bother to distinguish this. In his eyes, other than Dongfang Bingling, everyone else was not worth mentioning. The mystical thunderclap flame is indeed powerful. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The great thunderous flame was also a heaven and earth mystic flame. It was on par with the million spirit demon fire. Every heaven and earth mystic flame had a heaven-defying skill in addition to the strength of the mystic flame itself. The million spirit demonic flame had billions of resentful spirits. It could enter all kinds of energy and sense all kinds of energy fluctuations. As for the thunderous flame, it was born with a terrifying defense. Once he activated the thunderous shield, he would be invulnerable to weapons and energy. Of course, there were two exceptions to the so-called invulnerability. The first type was when the enemy's cultivation level was higher than that of the owner of the sonorous thunder shield. The second type was when the sonorous thunder shield was unable to defend against lightning energy. Even so, the thunderous flame was still extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, when the three of them stabbed Zhu Hongxue, he was not injured at all. Instead, Yang Dingtian and the other two were injured and vomited blood. Yang Dingtian's words made Zhu Hongxue look at him, as if he was slightly surprised. Yang Dingtian, this country bumpkin, actually knew about the thunderous flame. The three of you either leave or get lost. Zhu Hongxue said coldly again. This Zhu Hongxue was too damn arrogant. The words he said made people want to tear him into pieces. Shameless, Song Chanhua said with hatred. You are the young master of the Black Heaven sect, the descendant of a famous sect, the pride of the heavens. You are like the people of evil ways. You can't compete in the auction, so you killed and robbed on the road. This is the greatest shame of the Taiando League. Zhu Hongxue raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Open your dog eyes and look carefully. It was this little bitch from the Vulture Palace who wanted to steal my lightning talisman and tried to kill me on the road. Not only did you kill and rob, you also inverted black and white. Song Chanhua sneered and rebuked, but before he could finish, he was suddenly speechless. Because at this moment, the little princess of the Vulture Palace actually turned her face and hid behind Yang Dingtian's back. Song Chanhua couldn't help but stare at the little princess. She immediately averted her gaze and didn't look at Song Chanhua. Yang Dingtian and the other two were instantly speechless. So it really was this little girl who killed and robbed. After all this fuss, they made such a big mistake. So the despicable person who killed and robbed wasn't Zhu Hongxue, but the little princess of the Vulture Palace. This girl who looked so innocent and pure was actually so black-bellied. She ran to the center of the 1,000-mile swamp and tried to kill Zhu Hongxue. Not only was she ruthless, her hands were also really black. She also had enough guts to directly provoke the lion. Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Song Chanhua. Song Chuanhua's mouth was also stained with blood, and he lightly shook his head. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huaiyu. He also shook his head, unable to hide the shock on his face. The meaning of these two was obvious. The three of them, even if they added the little princess of the Vulture Palace, couldn't kill Zhu Hongxue. This Zhu Hongxue's thunderous flame was too heaven-defying. Zhu Hongxue himself was also too strong. The cultivation of the three of them was not as high as Zhu Hongxue's, so Zhu Hongxue's thunderous shield could almost completely block all the damage from the four of them. Of course, Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic technique could easily penetrate the thunderous shield's defense, but Yang Dingtian's cultivation was too far below Zhu Hongxue's, so the Devil's Sky split couldn't do much damage to him. Yang Dingtian also had a heaven-defying trump card, which was the darkness mystic flame. It could swallow all energy and easily tear apart the thunderous shield's light shield defense. But the last time at Sky Demon City's earthly paradise, Ning Wuming sent the Ning clan elder to kill Ningyu. When Dongfang Bingling's energy reserve was shattered and Yang Dingtian was about to perish together with them, he completely ignited the million-spirit demon fire and used the energy reserve's mystic chi to ignite the darkness mystic flame. The consequence was that the darkness mystic flame took the opportunity to enter the energy reserve that it was still drooling over. However, it was too immature and wasn't a mature mystic flame at all. According to its natural growth rate, it would need at least 200 years to become a mature mystic flame. Once the immature mystic flame entered the energy reserve, there would only be two outcomes. The first outcome was that it would be suppressed by the powerful energy in the energy reserve, completely wither, disappear, and die. The second outcome was that in order to survive, it would continuously swallow all the energy in the energy reserve. This way, it could grow stronger, but Yang Dingtian's cultivation would quickly regress, just like when Yin Yan was hit by the darkness crystal. Of course, it was fortunate that the darkness mystic flame had already recognized its master. If it hurt its master, it would also hurt itself. Therefore, it wouldn't devour its master's energy like the darkness crystal. The energy level of the darkness mystic flame and the darkness crystal were the same. They were both of the highest level and were probably second only to the evil spirits. However, the darkness mystic flame and the darkness crystal were different. The darkness crystal was a dead object and would swallow everything. However, the darkness mystic flame possessed life. It shared a life with its master and accepted its master's control. However, if it didn't devour its master's energy, it would only gradually wither and die. In order to prevent it from dying, Yang Dingtian could only let it gradually sleep in the energy reserve and use energy to slowly nourish it so that it wouldn't die. Therefore, the darkness mystic flame was currently sleeping weakly in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to wake it up at all. Therefore, currently there was no solution to Zhu Hongshue's thunderous shield. Previously at the auction, Yang Dingtian was still prepared to kill Zhu Hongxue halfway and snatch the demon's spirit corpse. Now it seemed that he was really naive. If he really wanted to kill him, even if he didn't have any experts around him, the one who would be killed wouldn't be Zhu Hongxue. This Zhu Hongxue was far more powerful than he had expected. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't understand why Zhu Hongxue would cross the 1,000-mile swamp and enter the Temple of Blood's territory. Could it be that he was also going to the demon region to snatch the mystic flame? Logically speaking, he shouldn't know about that mystic flame. The few of them couldn't kill Zhu Hongxue, but they couldn't let him kill the little princess either. This little princess of the Vulture Palace was a very important ally in Yang Dingtian's plan. Young Master Zhu, the little princess of the Vulture Palace, is young and playful. That's why she did such unreasonable things. You are the youth leader of the Tiando League and the future pillar of the chaotic world. You mustn't lower yourself to her level. Yang Dingtian smiled. Since he couldn't beat him, he would plead for him. You want to plead for her? Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian. Yes. Yang Dingtian, who are you? What right do you have to plead for me? What face do you have? Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Yang Dingtian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you! Zhu Hongxue, you're too arrogant. Even in front of grandmasters like Qin Wanqiu and Duge Xiao, Yang Dingtian had never suffered such humiliation. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said coldly, even if you don't give me face, don't tell me you don't give face to Ancestor Wulingzi. If you kill the Vulture Palace today, what will you do when Senior Wulingzi attacks the Black Heaven sect in the future? Humph, you people fear Wulingzi like a tiger. In my opinion, he's just an old dog guarding his home. However, you ignorant pawns have made him sound like a god. Zhu Hongxue said coldly with disdain, That's why you scoundrels are afraid of that old man, but I'm not. Now, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but admire Zhu Hongxue. This person was really too arrogant. He scolded someone like Willingzi just because he wanted to. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to call him arrogant or ignorant. How about this, young Master Zhu? Yang Dingtian said. What do you think of my cultivation? Over 40 years old and just became a martial honor. You might be proud of yourself, but you're not worth mentioning in my eyes. Zhu Hongxue said disdainfully. He said that Yang Dingtian was over 40 years old because Yang Dingtian was wearing a mask. He was a handsome, middle-aged man in his early 40s. Your thunderclap shield must think that it's invincible. If I can break your thunderclap shield, you'll let the little princess Vulture go and forget everything that happened today. You won't mention it to anyone. How about it? Yang Dingtian said. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know what's good for you. Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Yes or no? Yang Dingtian said. You're courting death. Why should I stop you? Zhu Hongxue slowly raised his hand and said, I'll kill you first, you blocking my way. I'll kill the little slut from Vulture Palace. Then Zhu Hongxue suddenly pulled out his sword. Xiao Jianyue, don't worry about me. You guys go. I don't believe that he can kill me. The little Princess Vulture suddenly said and rushed forward. Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu both flew to Yang Dingtian's side. Noisy! Zhu Hongxue coldly reprimanded. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly shook. Roar! A thunderous boom resounded in the sky. Then a golden flame suddenly burst out from Zhu Hongxue's body and turned into a huge light shadow. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down and smashed towards Yang Dingtian. A 9-star martial honor and thunderclap fire. If Yang Dingtian was hit, he would probably be smashed into pieces and turned into meat paste. Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua suddenly burst out with profound qi and protected Yang Dingtian in the middle. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and shot a red light at the thunderclap light shadow that was smashing towards him. When Zhu Hongxue saw it, he immediately looked down on it. The light energy that shot out from Yang Dingtian's sword was not even at the level of a martial honor. It was a fool's dream to think that it could break through his thunderclap shield. These frogs at the bottom of the well were laughably ignorant. Whoosh! In an instant, the light that shot out from Yang Dingtian's sword fiercely hit Zhu Hongxue's thunderclap shield light shadow. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. The red light was almost unobstructed. It pierced through the thunderclap shield's defense like mud and fiercely stabbed towards Zhu Hongxue. The incomparably strong thunderclap shield, which was impenetrable by swords and spears, was actually pierced through without any effort. Zhu Hongxue did not put this so-called Xiao Jianyue in his eyes at all. Becoming a martial honor in his 40s might be amazing in the eyes of others, but in front of Zhu Hongxue he was nothing. Now, it was this worthless person who had broken through his invincible thunderclap shield. Zhu Hongxue was completely shocked and did not dare to believe it. After Yang Dingtian pierced through the thunderclap shield light shadow, he immediately withdrew the red light. Then he looked at the thunderclap shield light shadow that was smashing towards him with a face full of ridicule. Now, it was up to Zhu Hongxue to see if he was shameless. If he was, he would withdraw the thunderclap shield and admit defeat. If he was shameless, he would take the opportunity to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Of course, if Zhu Hongxue really turned hostile, then Yang Dingtian would be heavily injured, even with Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu's protection. This Zhu Hongxue was much stronger than he had imagined. Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His bright eagle eyes seemed to be looking at Yang Dingtian's face for the first time. Whoosh! Zhu Hongxue withdrew his sword. Instantly, the incomparably strong thunderclap shield, which made people unable to breathe, disappeared. The reason why Yang Dingtian was able to break through Zhu Hongxue's thunderclap shield was very simple. He had hidden the lightning energy in his sword light. He did not use the lightning profound skill, demonic sky split, because that would be too obvious, and it would be easy to see through his identity. Anyway, he only needed to break through the thunderclap shield. As long as it was lightning energy, he could break through. Of course, in order to not be recognized, Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to envelop the lightning energy. Only at the tip of the sword light, the lightning energy protruded slightly. Therefore, the sword light with lightning energy instantly broke through the invincible thunderclap shield, causing Zhu Hongxue to be extremely shocked. However, he did not know how Yang Dingtian was able to break through. After Zhu Hongxue withdrew the thunderclap shield, Yang Dingtian and the rest let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if the mount tie that was pressing on their heads had been removed. You are the only one who has broken my thunderclap shield in recent years. Zhu Hongxue asked, "What is your name? Which sect are you from?" "Xiao Jianhua. Currently, I don't belong to any sect." Yang Dingtian replied, "He is my secret husband. My name is Song Chanhua. You should know him." Song Chanhua said. She immediately helped Yang Dingtian out of his predicament, afraid that Yang Dingtian's identity would be exposed. However, she worried too much. Zhu Hongxue would not bother to find out Yang Dingtian's true identity. "You are a man. Why would you be someone else's secret husband? Useless." Zhu Hongxue said coldly, "Are you willing to join my Black Heaven sect? In the future, I will definitely give you the position of an elder." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not expect that Zhu Hongxue would not interrogate him about how he broke the thunderclap shield. Instead, he wanted to recruit him. Moreover, he said that he would give Yang Dingtian the position of an elder in the Black Heaven sect in the future. "Thank you, young Master Zhu. I am doing well," Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "A man should not hide behind a woman. He must have his own career and future. If you change your mind one day, feel free to join my Black Heaven sect. Goodbye." Seeing that Yang Dingtian had rejected him, Zhu Hongxue did not continue to pester him. After saying that, Zhu Hongxue spread his golden wings and flew toward the Temple of Blood. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Before he left, he did not mention killing the little princess of the vulture. He only glanced at her indifferently. After Zhu Hongxue left, the few of them were silent for a long time. They did not know what to say. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu said, "Zhu Hongxue, other than being a little arrogant, he is not bad. At least, his character is much better than mine." Song Chanhua nodded as well. The little princess of the vulture nodded as well. Then her face flushed red. The other party was not bad. If you still tried to kill him and snatch his things, then your little princess's character would not be good. Yes. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "He looks almost exactly the same as Dongfang Bingling." The two of them were exactly the same, cold and arrogant. No wonder everyone in the world saw the two of them as a couple. All along, Zhu Hongxue had been Yang Dingtian's archenemy. When they were at the Yinyang school, he had crushed Yang Dingtian's dignity and almost beat him half to death with one palm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could not wait to tear him into pieces, peel off his skin, and break his bones. Perhaps because he was blinded by hatred, Zhu Hongxue had always been unbearable in his heart. Yang Dingtian thought that he was sinister and vicious. Now that he saw him today, Zhu Hongxue might be hateful, but his character was definitely not despicable. When he killed Yang Dingtian, it was only because he felt that Yang Dingtian had sullied his exclusive property, Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, he probably felt that killing Yang Dingtian was as easy as stepping on an ant. However, when it came to his character, he was treacherous and cunning, and it had nothing to do with him. This person was just like Bingling. He was extremely proud and arrogant. However, this person was completely different from his father, Zhu Qingzhu. You said that you would leave for the demon territory 3 days after I left. In the end, you left in less than half a day. Your character is really despicable." The little princess of the vulture sneered. "So, no matter what you say in the future, I will not believe you. You killed and robbed on the way. With your character, you still have the nerve to talk about us?" Yang Dingtian sneered. The little princess blushed and said, "I did not like Zhu Hongxue before. I felt that he was not a good person. Since he is not a good person, I killed him and robbed him. It is considered a good deed." Such sophistry, and it seemed to be logical. "I, the vulture, am clear about gratitude and grudges. You saved me. Then I will not pursue the matter of you breaking the promise," the little princess of the vulture said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. His life-saving grace was so easily brushed off by her. However, Yang Dingtian did not intend to take the opportunity to blackmail her. He said, "The following journey will be very dangerous. Do you want to go with us?" The little princess took a few steps back and looked at Yang Dingtian with her eyes wide open. She was full of caution. She said, "What do you want to do? Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Let's go separately. Then, if you encounter danger, we might not be able to save you." Yang Dingtian said, "Bah, your crow's beak." The little princess said, "Only a blind man like Zhu Hongxue could not see my beauty, so he tried to kill me. Others would not. Moreover, you also saw that although Zhu Hongxue is powerful, he might not be able to kill me. I am also very powerful. Moreover, I am still young. When I am the same age as him, I will kill him like a chicken or a dog." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. However, the second half of her sentence was correct. Although she was in danger just now, it was not easy for Zhu Hongxue to kill her. This girl was too mysterious and powerful. She was probably not more than 18 years old, but she was so heaven-defying. When she reached Zhu Hongxue's age, she really did not know how powerful she would be. As expected of a heaven-defying profession like a celestial spirit master. "Okay, I will go first. You guys stay where you are and don't move," the little princess said. Then she lightly tapped her foot and flew away with the huge coffin on her back. In a moment, she disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. A celestial spirit master could control the wind elemental energy effortlessly. This little princess' flying speed far exceeded Yang Dingtian's full speed. Moreover, she did it effortlessly, and Yang Dingtian could exhaust his mystic qi in 4 hours just by flying. It really made people so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. "Let's go. Continue to the demon region. Don't leave that little girl behind too much. Otherwise, the mystic fire will really be snatched by her," Yang Dingtian said. Then the 3 of them flew into the air and landed on 3 flying mounts. They continued to fly towards the northeast direction. Soon, the 3 of them flew over the 1,000-mile swamp and entered the desolate 1,000 Miles ruins. They then flew over the Temple of Blood's territory. The 300-mile River of Ecstasy was right in front of them. Northwest from here was the direction of the Temple of Blood. Following the River of Ecstasy to the northeast, at the end of the River of Ecstasy, a few thousand miles away, was the demon region. It was a forbidden zone for life and the destination of the 3 of them. The 3 of them stopped and waited for Yang Dingtian's decision. "Yang Dingtian, do you want to take a look at the Temple of Blood?" Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian looked towards the northwest. The Temple of Blood was 300 miles away. They would reach it in about an hour. "Forget it. Let's not take a look. There's nothing to see. There might even be complications." Yang Dingtian said, "Follow the River of Ecstasy and go against the current to the demon region." Instantly, the 3 of them controlled their flying mounts and followed the northeast direction. They followed the River of Ecstasy and went against the current. At the end of the River of Ecstasy was the demon region. It was also the source of the River of Ecstasy, a forbidden zone for life. When they were in Sky Demon City, The sky where the river of ecstasy entered the sea was filled with the aura of hell. No life could go near it, but in the sky above the river of ecstasy, there wasn't any terrifying poison. The river of ecstasy was very strange. The further down it was, the scarier it was. The three of them flew at full speed against the current. Along the way, they didn't see the figure of the little Princess Vulture at all. Her flying speed was indeed astonishing. As far as they could see with the naked eye, they could only see the vast and boundless river of ecstasy. The torrential river water surged with blood-red color. It was as if the boundless river was flowing with fresh blood. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. For hours, they were getting closer and closer to the source of the river of ecstasy and the demon region. The color of the sky had already started to change. Gradually, the 2 moons and 2 suns disappeared. The blue sky and white clouds disappeared. Even the day and night disappeared. Gradually, there was only one color in the sky forever. It was a dark red color, like the color of blood after it had solidified. The color of the sky was even more oppressive than the blood-red color of the river of ecstasy. It was as if the entire sky was splashed with blood and then solidified. It became dark, red, fishy, and smelly. Yang Dingtian had once imagined what the sky of doomsday looked like. Then, without a doubt, the sky now was the sky of doomsday. Legend had it that the demon region was originally a paradise covered in ice and snow. There are countless kinds of animals, people living in groups, and countless kinds of trees. After the great calamity of ancient times, this piece of land was reduced to a forbidden zone for life, reduced to hell. Yang Dingtian, we've arrived at the demon region, Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked. They had indeed arrived at the demon region, the end of the river of ecstasy, the source of the river of ecstasy, the forbidden zone for life, where hell was. Chapter 400. However, it was obvious that Zhao Wuji had already lost his consciousness. He turned a deaf ear to Yang Dingtian's question and used his last bit of vitality to repeat, "Quickly save my nephew! Quickly save my nephew!" Yang Dingtian's heart ached. He quickly took out 2 divine origin pills and stuffed them into Zhao Wuji's and Zhao Mu's mouths. Then he inserted celestial qi into their bodies to dissolve the effects of the divine origin pills. Soon, Zhao Wuji gradually opened his eyes, and his face became rosy. On the other hand, Zhao Mu was still unconscious. After waking up, Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Save my nephew. My horror mountain village will definitely reward you greatly. We will definitely reward you greatly. Uncle Zhao, I will save you. I will definitely save the 2 of you," Yang Dingtian said. You know me? Who are you?" Zhao Wuji asked. "I am Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian. I was once indebted to you and brother Zhao Mu. It was you who gave me the Millennium Owl and Zhao Wuji's bloody black gold soul sword. That was how I killed the Millennium Owl and successfully broke through," Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and said, Your nephew Yang? Good. I know you have successfully taken back the Cloud Heaven City, Lord Position. You are indeed promising. It's me. Yang Dingtian said, Uncle Zhao, I have the divine origin pill that can bring the dead back to life. The 2 of you will be fine. Tell me, who hurt the 2 of you? Child, although you haven't been in contact with Zhao Mu for long, Zhao Mu admires you a lot. I can't do it anymore. I will entrust Zhao Mu to you. I will also entrust Horror Mountain Village to you. Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly. His body was trembling nonstop. As he spoke, he spat out blood and pieces of his internal organs. Promise me. Zhao Wuji grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and hissed, Help Zhao Mu, let him live. All right, I promise you, I will definitely help brother Zhao Mu. Yang Dingtian's tears gushed out as he grabbed Zhao Wuji's hand to reassure him. Good, then I'm relieved. Thank you. Zhao Wuji smiled and loosened his grip, dying in Yang Dingtian's arms. Although the divine origin pill was said to be able to bring the dead back to life, it couldn't really bring the dead back to life. Zhao Wuji, with all his internal organs shattered and his chest pierced, was still dead. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Wuji's ferocious face, his heart filled with sorrow. Yang Dingtian had very little contact with Zhao Wuji. However, he had a very deep impression of Zhao Mu, not only Zhao Wuji but also Zhao Mu. At that time, he naively and fearlessly went to Horror Mountain Village to plot the Millennium Owl. In fact, he treated Horror Mountain Village as a tiger's den. At that time, he even killed the master of Horror Mountain Village, Zhao Mu's father, Zhao Wuji, who knew that Zhao Mu, who looked extremely sinister, had an unimaginable temperament and an unimaginable integrity. His father killed all the experts in Horror Mountain Village in order to fight for the position of the master. Zhao Mu risked his life to save his uncle, Zhao Wuji. As for Zhao Wuji, who looked ferocious and terrifying, he was actually so kind and relaxed. He was supposed to be the master of Horror Mountain Village, but he was assassinated by Zhao Wuji, who colluded with the Northwest Qin City and almost lost his life. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he quietly protected and took care of his nephew, Zhao Mu, as an old servant. It was these two people who gave Horror Mountain Village's treasure, the Millennium Owl, to Yang Dingtian. They also gave Zhao Wuji's soul sword to Yang Dingtian. At that time, Yang Dingtian was nothing. He was just a trainee martial artist. It could be said that without Zhao Mu and Zhao Wuji, there would be no Yang Dingtian today. Such a noble old man had died in Yang Dingtian's arms just like that. Yang Dingtian gently pulled Zhao Wuji's body out of the stone awl and gently placed it on the ground. At this time, Zhao Mu was also nailed to the boulder by the stone awl. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that the stone awl didn't directly pierce Zhao Mu's heart. It was Zhao Wuji who stood in front of Zhao Mu at the last moment, protecting Zhao Mu from being stabbed to death. Yang Dingtian sealed the major acupuncture points on Zhao Mu's chest and then pulled out the stone awl. Suddenly, Zhao Mu's body trembled and he woke up from the pain. "Uncle." The first thing Zhao Mu saw when he woke up was Zhao Wuji's corpse on the ground. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and cried in grief. Yang Dingtian let him cry on Zhao Wuji's body. He reached out and inserted celestial qi into his back to dissolve the medicinal effect of the divine origin pill and help him heal. After crying for a full 15 minutes, Zhao Mu stopped crying. He stood up and bowed to Yang Dingtian. "I'm Zhao Mu of Horror Mountain Village. Thank you for saving my life." "Brother Zhao Mu, my condolences," Yang Dingtian said sorrowfully. "Brother Yang, City, Lord Yang." Zhao Mu recognized Yang Dingtian's voice and asked in disbelief. "Yes, it's me," Yang Dingtian said. In an instant, Zhao Mu burst into tears again. He hugged Yang Dingtian and cried out loud. His crying was even more painful than before. "Brother, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I didn't get the map of the mystic flame, I wouldn't have come to the demon area to collect the mystic flame. If we didn't come to the demon area, Uncle wouldn't have died." Zhao Mu cried, "Brother Zhao Mu, you also got the map of the mystic flame?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. "Yes," Zhao Mu said. "I got it by accident in an ancient cave. I thought I got a treasure, so I took it out to show Uncle." After much hesitation and choice, we still came to the demon area. As he spoke, Zhao Mu took out the map of the mystic flame. Zhao Mu's map of the mystic flame was exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian had. They were both simple and unadorned parchment, and every stroke was exactly the same. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and the rest looked at each other. Then he took out the map of the mystic flame as well. The two maps were exactly the same. "Ah, Brother Zhao, you also got this map?" Zhao Mu said, "Back then, Uncle, and I even went to Cloud Heaven City and planned to show you the map of the mystic flame for you to help judge." This situation was complicated. There were actually two identical maps of the mystic flame. Obviously, it wasn't a coincidence that Zhao Mu got the map of the mystic flame. With two maps, there was bound to be a third, fourth, and even the 10th and 100th maps. It was obvious that this was a conspiracy. For a top-notch treasure like the mystic flame, anyone who got it would want to keep it for themselves. How could they make countless copies and distribute it? There was no doubt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. Brother Zhao Mu, who is the person who killed you? Yang Dingtian asked. It was a woman. Zhao Mu said. To be precise, it was a girl. She looked very sweet, like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, but her body was very mature and enchanting. She was even carrying a huge coffin on her back. When he said that, Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. Little princess? The little princess of the Vulture Palace? How could it be her? Why was it her? Why did she do this? What weapon did she use? Yang Dingtian asked. A very, very beautiful sword. It was extremely sharp and had the color of a flame, Zhao Mu said. Song Chunhua went forward and took out her own sword. She unsheathed it and said, Is it like this sword? Yes, it's very similar to your sword, Zhao Mu said. Qin Huayu said in disbelief, It really is her. You only took out 3 of these swords. One is with Song Chunhua, and the other is with Kuei Si. So, the murderer is really the Vulture Palace. I really didn't expect her to be so vicious. Let's chase after her and tear her to pieces, Song Chunhua said coldly. Even if she has Wolingzi behind her. She deserves to die. Brother Zhao Mu, how long has she been out? Yang Dingtian asked. I lost consciousness, but it shouldn't have been long. It shouldn't have been more than an hour, Zhao Mu said. Chase after her and ask her, Yang Dingtian said. I really can't believe that she's such a vicious girl. Chase after her. I want to ask her why she killed so many innocent people. Song Chunhua said angrily. Brother Zhao Mu, are you all right? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm fine, Zhao Mu said. Good. Let's chase after her at full speed. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian cremated Zhao Wuji's body and gave it to Zhao Mu in a jade box. Then, the 4 of them ran in a straight line along the mystic fire. The 4 of them were very fast. After running for 100 miles, they still didn't see anyone. The wraith flame line that Yang Dingtian set up didn't have any fluctuations. After running for 200 miles, they still didn't see anyone. After 300 miles, they still didn't see anyone. After running for 330 miles, suddenly, the wraith mystic fire in front of them fluctuated violently. It was almost completely scattered and couldn't condense into a line. Just 30 miles ahead, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 4 of them all pulled out their weapons and chased at full speed. The distance of 30 miles stopped in an instant. Before Yang Dingtian arrived, he already heard the sound of fighting. He saw the huge rocks in front of him break apart, and dust flew into the sky. Yang Dingtian and the others rushed in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The little princess vulture's body was like a ghost. She moved like a shadow, and the sharp sword in her hand stabbed out like lightning. Her opponent couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was stabbed a few times and blood spurted out. Humph! You can die now. The little princess vulture snorted and turned her hand. Suddenly, a sharp and thick stone all broke out of the huge rocks and stabbed towards her opponent's chest. And her opponent, Yang Dingtian was also very familiar with. Wu Maji of the Ning clan in the South Sea. After being stabbed a few times, Wu Maji was seriously injured and almost passed out. The huge stone all suddenly shot towards her chest. She couldn't resist at all. Her heart was about to be pierced and nailed to the huge rock. It's really you, Yang Dingtian roared. The wraith mystic fire in his hand suddenly shot out. Boom! The wraith mystic fire hit the stone all, and it instantly exploded into pieces. I'm going to cut you into pieces! Song Chunhua shouted angrily, waving her sword and pouncing on the little princess. Qin Huaiyu and Zhao Mu were afraid that Song Chunhua would be at a disadvantage, so they quickly rushed forward. Yang Dingtian went forward and quickly supported Wu Maji, who was about to collapse to the ground. It's you! After seeing Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes relaxed, and she fainted immediately. At this time, her body was drenched in blood. She had been stabbed a few times by the little princess vulture. Yang Dingtian took out the Saint Spirit pill and fed it to Wu Maji. Then he used his Xian Qi to dissolve the pill and help her heal. On the other side, Song Chunhua, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhao Mu were besieging the little princess. Although the little princess was slightly at a disadvantage, she seemed to be at ease. "Why are you so vicious?" Song Chunhua said coldly. "How am I vicious? How am I vicious?" The little princess vulture said, "It was clearly that bitch Wu Maji who wanted to steal my demon spirit corpse and attacked me first. Did you think I would just let her kill me? Did you think I couldn't fight back?" "Nonsense." Song Chunhua said, "If it was Wu Maji who wanted to kill you, how could she have lost so pathetically? When we came, she didn't even have the strength to fight back. She was about to die in your hands. That's because she didn't expect me to have the demon spirit fog cloak that can teleport." The little princess said, "In the demon area, I'm useless as a celestial spirit master, and Wu Maji is also useless. We can only rely on our speed and sword skills. I can teleport, so of course she can't beat me. Do you think we'll still believe you?" Qin Huaiyu said, "Previously, you were the one who tried to kill Zhu Hongxue, but you lied to us and said that Zhu Hongxue tried to kill you. The past is the past, and the present is the present." The little princess vulture said, "Xiao Jianyue, you bastard, don't you believe me too?" Yang Dingtian looked at the little princess vulture and said, "Then tell me, why did you kill Zhao Mu, Zhao Wuji, fourth Mother Gong's son, and Nangong Xiao?" "I didn't," the little princess vulture said. "I don't even know who they are. Why would I kill them? After coming to the demon area, I didn't kill anyone. Oh, I only killed Wu Maji. I haven't killed anyone yet." "Bullshit," Zhao Mu said angrily. "Just a few hours ago, I remember clearly, and I also saw it clearly. You were the one who asked us if we were here for the mystic flame. We didn't even answer, and you killed us. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you." "Impossible," the little princess shouted. "I didn't even see you. Someone is trying to frame me. Xiao Jianyue, you have to believe me." Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Zhao Mu, take a closer look. Is it her?" "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, it is her. Her face is exactly the same." Zhao Mu said. Yang Dingtian said, "Vulture, I have absolute trust in Zhao Mu's words. He will definitely not lie." Vulture said, "Then it is also possible that she disguised herself as me. Although I am very beautiful, I am not very special. Some people can completely disguise themselves as me." Yang Dingtian said, "And the sword in your hand, it was personally forged by me. There is no way to imitate it." Zhao Mu said, "Also, her ghostly speed is exactly the same as before. It's completely unstoppable." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Now what do you have to say?" "It is not me. It is someone who is trying to frame me." The little princess vulture said angrily, "Xiao Jianyue, it is up to you to believe it or not. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Even if you join forces, I am not afraid of you. In the demon area, no one can use Xian Qi or Xian skills. It is not certain who will live and who will die." After saying that, as if to prove her words, the little princess's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Then, she appeared directly behind Song Chunhua. Whoosh! The little princess stabbed her sword at Song Chunhua's back at lightning speed. Blood spurted out. Song Chunhua's muscles suddenly contracted, trying to block the little princess's sword. However, the sword was forged by Yang Dingtian. It was terrifyingly sharp, there was no way to block it, and it directly pierced into her body. "How dare you!" Yang Dingtian roared angrily. With a strike of his palm, the million spirits' demonic flame suddenly shot out. Ah, you dare to use Xianqi? The little princess was shocked. Then, her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. After a moment, her figure appeared 100 meters away, and she sneered at Yang Dingtian. Even if you dare to use Xianqi and Xian Fire, so what? You still can't do anything to me. You are much worse than Zhu Hongxue. After she knew that I can shape-shifting, she immediately locked my qi. Then the little princess looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Since you are heartless to me, don't blame me for being heartless to you." After saying that, the little princess suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the little princess suddenly appeared behind Yang Dingtian, and her sharp sword ruthlessly stabbed at Yang Dingtian's back. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his back. The little princess's sword fiercely stabbed into him. "Thank you for selling me such a good sword. My shape-shifting, when paired with your treasured sword, is completely invincible." The little princess sneered, but then the little princess cried out in surprise, because her indestructible treasured sword could not pierce through. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian did not have the great thunder barrier. How could she not pierce through? Of course, it was because Yang Dingtian was wearing the invulnerable deep sea Xian clothes. The little princess, who felt that something was wrong, immediately wanted to leave. But it was too late. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly rushed out from Yang Dingtian's body, and a huge amount of energy suddenly exploded. Bang! The mysterious flame's energy ruthlessly hit the little princess. Her delicate body flew out like a kite, and she continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. After landing, she staggered for a while. The little princess spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. "Xiao Jianyue, you are so ruthless. Remember this, I will not let you go." The little princess coldly said, "Whoosh!" Then she continuously used shape-shifting and instantly disappeared. "Not good. She wants to escape. Quickly chase." Song Chanhua said. Yang Dingtian operated his profound qi and quickly flew, chasing after the little princess. However, because the little princess had the demonic spirit fog cloak, her shape-shifting speed was too amazing. Even if Yang Dingtian flew at full speed, he could not catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from his sight. Moreover, the demon area was obviously very dangerous. It was very dangerous to be separated from Song Chanhua and Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian could only look at the place where the little princess disappeared and turn back to the original place. In the original place, Wu Maji was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. She had suffered external injuries, so it should not be too serious. In addition, with Yang Dingtian's divine origin pill, she should be fine. Why was she still unconscious? Yang Dingtian could not help but inject his profound qi. Suddenly his body trembled, because he found that Wu Maji's body was entangled by a cold and dark energy at this time, which was the reason why she could not wake up. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that the little princess vulture was even more mysterious. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, "What should we do next? Do we leave the demon area and go back, or do we continue to move forward?" It was obvious that there were many identical maps of the mystic flame. It was obvious that it was a conspiracy, a trap. If they continued to follow the map, they would most likely fall into the trap. "Is there a mystic flame in the demon area?" Qin Huayu asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said firmly. Indeed, there was a mystic flame, because this news was told to him by Dongfang Bingling. Bingling was not sure of the exact location of the mystic flame, but she was very sure that the mystic flame was at the end of the Rapture River, which was the demon area. "Are we going or not?" "You are our leader, so you make the decision." Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian. "We are here to get the mystic flame for you, so you make the decision. Are we going to move forward or retreat?" Yang Dingtian said, Do you think the mystic flame is in the ruined palace in the demon area? Qin Huayu asked. I can only say that it is very likely to be there. Yang Dingtian said. Then, I would like to give it a try. Qin Huayu said. If we feel that it is dangerous, we can choose not to enter the palace or even the ruins. But let's go and take a look, okay? Yang Dingtian nodded. Song Chunhua nodded. Then, the few of them continued their journey. Yang Dingtian carried the unconscious Wu Maji, and the few of them continued to move forward in a straight line. Along the way, they did not encounter any more corpses or people. Along the way, it was safe and sound. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the destination on the map. In front of them was the ruins of a huge city. It was a city ruin that looked completely unreal. It did not look like a city in this world. The city walls were extremely huge, and the city gate was extremely huge. It was as tall as a mountain. The city walls were almost 10 times the size of the northwest Qin city. It was a few hundred meters tall. The city gate was a few hundred meters tall. What kind of city was this? How could it be so huge? Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stupefied as they looked at this incomparably huge city ruins. At this moment, the city gate was closed and it was silent. Should they go in? Should they push the door open and go in? Song Chunhua glanced at Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian nodded. Since they were here, they might as well try to barge in, no matter if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Immediately, Song Chunhua pulled out her sharp sword, gathered all the celestial qi in her body, and pushed the door open. The city gate was probably a few million kilograms heavy. Even with Song Chunhua's power, she could not push it open. But unexpectedly, Song Chunhua easily pushed open the door that was a few million kilograms and a few hundred meters tall. After the door was pushed open, Yang Dingtian and the rest were completely stunned. They looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. They tried to blink their eyes, worried that they were dreaming. There was no doubt that they were not dreaming. Everything in front of them was real. How could this be? How could the center of the demon territory, the ruins of the city, and the location of the mystic flame be like this? How could there be such a scene in the demon territory? Chapter 401. Outside the city gate was hell. Everywhere was a land filled with blood, and everywhere was shrouded in a red blood mist filled with the aura of death. But inside the city gate it was like heaven. There were flowers everywhere, fresh flowers and greenery, fountains and sculptures everywhere. Inside the city gate, every inch of air was clean and pure. The sky inside the city gate was dark blue with 2 suns hanging in the sky. Every inch of the road inside the city gate was paved with jade. Every building inside the city gate was exquisitely carved, grand and magnificent. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a beautiful city. Whether it was in the Earth era, the Chaos world, or even in the movies, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a beautiful city. It was simply like a dream, beautiful beyond anyone's imagination. However, there was not a single person in the city, not a single butterfly, not a single small animal. To be precise, there was not a single person. The few of them held their breaths as they looked at the dreamy scenery in front of them in disbelief. Are we going in? Qin Huayu asked with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian did not say anything because she did not know if she should go in or not. This kind of fairyland-like city was indeed filled with the desire to enter. However, no one knew if hell was behind the fairyland-like city. Originally, this trip to the demon domain and being attracted to this place by a map was already very strange. Perhaps this beautiful city was the devil's mouth, a mouth that devoured souls. I feel that even if we don't go in now, it might be too late. Song Chunhua said, if it's a conspiracy, then he has already started it. Moreover, it won't be targeted at the 3 of us. After Yang Dingtian heard this, she immediately nodded. Go in. Yang Dingtian ordered. The few of them walked into this beautiful city. Behind them, the huge city gate slowly closed. Looking from the outside, this city was no longer suffocating. After entering the city, this kind of beauty was even more unparalleled. Almost every step, every foot, was an incomparably beautiful scenery. It gave people an impulse to live here and not be willing to leave for the rest of their lives. According to the map, this city was about 100 miles long. Every house by the roadside was as exquisite and beautiful as a palace. Every lawn by the roadside was finely woven, and every flower bed by the roadside was exquisite and bright. According to the instructions on the map, the mystic flame should bloom in the middle of the palace. They walked very slowly and carefully. They were both intoxicated and anxious. In this suffocating and wonderful pace, after an hour, Yang Dingtian and the others finally reached the center of the hall on the map. Without a doubt, this was the central Great Hall. That was because all of the palaces and houses along the way, no matter how beautiful they were all overshadowed by the central main hall. This hall seemed to have condensed all the essence of aesthetics. The palace was several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. In the center of the incomparably huge square, every inch of this great hall seemed to release the essence of architectural art. This kind of architectural miracle, whether in the Earth era or the chaotic world, was impossible to exist. There were no magnificent palaces as huge as mountains. They arrived in front of the palace gate. The gate of this palace seemed to be even bigger than the city gate. On the gate, there were beautiful carvings. Every person on it was vivid and lifelike. Even the carvings on the gate was a complete picture scroll. It was telling a story. The people on it, the scenery on it, the things on it were all different from the chaotic world. It was as if it was not telling the story of this world. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, came to the front of the gate and pushed it. The gate was pushed open. This incomparably huge gate was gently pushed open by Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian instinctively felt darkness behind him, and the whole world was dark. The scenery of the entire hall rushed towards him, completely occupying Yang Dingtian's vision and spirit. The hall was several hundred meters tall and several thousand meters wide. This was really an incomparably huge space. The ceiling of the hall was like the sky, pitch black, and even dotted with countless stars. The floor of the hall was dark and transparent, as if it was a void. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and entered. "Xiao, Jianyue, don't go in, don't go in." Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from outside. It was the little princess Vulture. She quickly flew over from the sky and exclaimed at Yang Dingtian, "Don't go in. You'll die if you go in. You'll never be able to come out." Yang Dingtian was shocked and immediately stopped in his tracks. At this time, in the center of the hall, an extremely beautiful flame gently floated up. It was a purple flame, full of spirit and grace. It looked as beautiful as Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire. "She wants to snatch the mystic flame," Qin Huaiyu said loudly. Then he rushed in with quick steps. "Qin Huaiyu, don't go in first," Yang Dingtian said loudly. But suddenly, an incomparably huge force came from behind him, directly pushing Yang Dingtian in. This force was so big that it was almost unstoppable. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had also entered, Song Chanhua had also rushed in. Behind her, the little princess Vulture gritted her teeth and also flew in. Rumble. The incomparably huge palace door slammed shut. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, Wu Maji, the little princess Vulture, and Zhao Mu were all in the hall. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. "Yang Dingtian, it's been a long time." Qin Chichi's voice sounded in his ears. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu's bodies trembled. "First of all, the city you saw just now is called the Illusion City." Qin Chichi said, "This city existed in the ancient times. It was a flourishing city in the ancient times. After the great calamity, this place became a demon domain, and the entire city turned into ruins. However, at special times, the city scenery can always appear in the form of a mirage." So the beautiful city you saw just now was just an illusion. It's actually still a pile of ruins. Chin Chi said. Of course, the hall you see now also existed in the ancient times. But now, it's also a mirage-like illusion. Chin Chi said. However, this mirage of the illusion city has a very powerful characteristic. That is, once you enter, you will definitely not be able to leave, unless you wait until the mirage ends. Of course, the mirage has another characteristic, which is similar to the celestial Red Sea. No Xian Qi can be used here, and no mental techniques can be used. All you have is your own strength. Of course, maybe you really want to know how long this mirage lasts? Chin Chi smiled and said, Not long, only 109 days. So, by that time, I would have already taken down Western Cloud Sky City. So, by the time you come out of the mirage, the corpses of those people in Cloud Sky City would probably be cold. Your wife, your mother-in-law, they might have already become someone else's bed gift. Regarding the Xian Flame map, that's right. I made it and released it with a purpose. It was to send you, Qin Huayu, into the Mirage's prison. Chin Chi said, You are indeed very obedient. You came in just like that. You must really want to come out of the Mirage early because you want to save Cloud Sky City. If you want to come out early, it's very simple. Just kill Qin Huayu. Chin Chi smiled and said, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu were shocked. Chin Chi's goal was actually this. She actually wanted Yang Dingtian to personally kill Qin Huayu. Previously, Ning Wuming had come to Cloud Sky City and told Yang Dingtian that as long as he was willing to kill Qin Huayu, he would be willing to give the chaos demonic turbidity to Yang Dingtian. At that time, Yang Dingtian naturally scoffed. Who would have thought that Chin Chi was actually so perverted? She actually racked her brains to defeat Yang Dingtian psychologically. She also wanted to completely defeat Yang Dingtian. All right, that's all I have to say. When you kill Qin Huayu, my envoy will tell you the way to leave. Chin Chi said. Then we will meet again in the future. Chin Chi's voice fell. Of course, Chin Chi wasn't here. She was still in the southwest continent. Her voice came from the Echo Stone, from Wu Maji's body. Wu Maji was undoubtedly Chin Chi's envoy. You are willing to be a lackey of evil ways? Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Maji and asked indifferently. Wu Maji laughed coldly and said, Don't waste time. I plotted against you and lured you into this trap. I have no intention of leaving alive. If you want to kill me, torture me, or vent your anger on me, just come at me. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. That's right. The way to leave Mirage City is in my head. Wu Maji smiled faintly and said, As long as you kill Qin Huayu, I will tell you immediately. Otherwise, even if you torture me 10,000 times, fuck me 100 times, even if you torture me to the depths of hell, I will not tell you. The secret to leaving Mirage Prison was in Wu Maji's head. If that was the case, he might be able to obtain it if he used spiritual techniques. Yang Dingtian asked the little princess vulture, Vulture, do celestial spiritualists know spiritual techniques? No, you idiot. Spirit Vulture said angrily. Then Vulture said, Even if you know spiritual techniques, it's useless. This Mirage Prison is an ancient ruin that blocks all kinds of energy. Therefore, if you want to force the way out of here, you can only rely on your own strength as a man. That's why fuck or rape. That's definitely the best way. Wu Maji giggled and said, That's right, so don't hold back, come at me. With that, Wu Maji actually took off her clothes. Put away your shamelessness. Song Chanhua said coldly. Qin Huayu gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard. It's all my fault. I was blinded by greed. All right, don't be like this. Song Chanhua said, The most important thing is to think of a way out. City Lord Yang, can you circulate your mystical qi? Yang Dingtian tried to circulate his mystical qi, but found that it was completely empty. Then, Yang Dingtian summoned his mystical fire. Similarly, it was empty. This place was really like the celestial Red Sea. No energy could be used. City Lord Yang, your sword is invincible and indestructible. See if it can split open the door? Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword that was close to emperor grade and slashed at the door. There was no impact, no sound. After Yang Dingtian's indestructible sword slashed down, it was as if it had slashed into a ball of cotton, and it bounced back, but the door was not damaged at all. Yang Dingtian slashed at the wall with all his might, but it was also as if he had slashed into cotton and it bounced back. In the next few hours, Yang Dingtian and the rest tried everything, but to no avail. This palace wasn't real. It was completely formed by powerful energy. Therefore, it was not right to call it an illusion. Because it was not an illusion directly created in one's mind, it really existed. However, it was completely formed by some kind of energy, and it was completely useless to destroy it with physical attacks. Moreover, everyone's energy was completely blocked here. Although the situation was hopeless, Yang Dingtian and the rest did not give up hope. They were still desperately trying to think of a way. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian and the rest did not give up for even a minute, and they tried all kinds of ways to escape. But without exception, all of them failed. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes were filled with a cold smile, and she looked at everything without saying a word. Finally, after about 5 days and 5 nights, Yang Dingtian and the others had exhausted all their methods and used all their treasures, but they had all failed. In just 5 days, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhao Mu's facial hair grew by half an inch. At this time, they had all removed their disguises and returned to their original appearances. After trying all the methods, Yang Dingtian finally looked at Wu Maji. What? You've used all your efforts to break through my body. Wu Maji smiled and said, Now, everyone only has the strength of an arm. You have more people, and there are 2 men, and one who is not a man but is better than a man. I'm a weak woman now, and I'm not your opponent at all. You can torture me to your heart's content, break my arms and legs, cut my nose, gouge out my eyes, pull out my tendons, and skin me alive. Don't think we don't dare, Qin Huaiyu said coldly. Come. Wu Maji smiled faintly and said, Anyway, living in this world is a kind of torture. The more you torture me, the more I'll enjoy it. However, this body of mine is not bad. I feel that before you destroy this body of mine, you should enjoy it first. Yang Dingtian, you go first. After you're done with me, it'll be Qin Huaiyu's turn when you're tired of it. Or the 2 of you can do it together. How good would that be? Then Wu Maji started to take off her clothes again. Not only that, her beautiful eyes became enchanting, enough to arouse the fire of any man. Yang Dingtian used the scabbard to stop her from taking off her clothes and said, Let me ask you a few questions. Sure, except for how to leave. I'll tell you everything I know. Wu Maji winked and said, coquettishly, Did you kill Nangong Xiao? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I killed her. Wu Maji smiled and said, Xiao Jianhua, did you hear that? You idiot! I already said that I didn't kill her, but you didn't believe me. Now that you've been deceived, you deserve it. Little Princess Vulture laughed coldly and said, Bastard, if you've been deceived, then so be it. Why do you have to implicate me? Yang Dingtian looked at Little Princess Vulture and smiled apologetically. He then continued to ask Wu Maji, Fourth Mother Gong's son, did you kill her? Yes, I killed her too. Wu Maji smiled and said, Zhao Wuji, did you kill him? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhao Mu, who was at the side, started to breathe heavily. Yes, I killed him too. Wu Maji said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take revenge. Rape first, then kill. That's a good suggestion. Wu Maji giggled. There was only a strange lustfulness in her beautiful eyes. There was no fear at all. Zhao Mu roared and pulled out his sword, wanting to cut her into pieces. Yang Dingtian pulled him back and said, Brother Zhao Mu, don't be impatient. Then Yang Dingtian continued to ask, "How many people did you give the map of the mystic flame to?" Wu Maji said 3 people. Nan Gongxiu, 4th Mother Gongsun, and Zhao Mu. Of course. I wanted to find a way to let the map of the mystic flame fall into the hands of you, or Qin Huaiyu. Therefore, I wanted to open a small auction in the merchant hall of the Demon City to auction this map of the mystic flame. At that time, you guys would definitely buy it. In the end, I didn't expect that little bitch vulture to give the map of the mystic flame to you in exchange for your treasured sword. Yang Dingtian asked. The map of the mystic flame was only given to 3 people, and there was no vulture in it. Why would Vulture have the map of the mystic flame? Vulture, who was at the side, immediately looked away and didn't want to look at Yang Dingtian in the eyes. She even wanted to sneak away. She snatched Nan Gongxiu's map of the mystic flame. Wu Maji laughed. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This little girl really couldn't change her bad habit of snatching people's things at the drop of a hat. I only snatched her map of the mystic flame. I didn't hurt her and I didn't kill her. Little Princess, Vulture explained. Yang Dingtian glared at her fiercely, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This map of the mystic flame was something that Qin Chi and the rest tried every means to get their hands on. In the end, it ended up in Yang Dingtian's hands in such a way. Maybe Qin Chi didn't expect this at all. Now there's a problem. Yang Dingtian said, "Your ultimate goal is to pass the map of the mystic flame to me. Then why did you have to complicate things and give the map of the mystic flame to Nan Gongxiu, 4th Mother Gongsun, and Zhao Mu? This doesn't make sense and is completely complicating things. It might very well spoil your plan. Of course, there's a reason for this, but it has nothing to do with you, Yang Dingtian. It's my private matter, so I won't tell you." Wu Maji smiled and said, "All right, the interrogation is almost over. Start torturing me and start raping me." Instantly, her beautiful eyes revealed a crazed gaze, and she even looked at Yang Dingtian with a perverted fanaticism. She really hoped that Yang Dingtian would rape her, and she really hoped that Qin Huaiyu would do the same to her. This was too strange. No woman would want to be raped by another man. Lunatics, except for perverts. Wu Maji was a lunatic? Or a pervert? It didn't seem like it. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility, and then his hair stood on end. "Qin Huaiyu, come with me for a while. I have a few questions for you," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu was slightly stunned and suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You suspect that I will kill you?" Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. Qin Huaiyu blushed and then followed. At a place far away from everyone, Yang Dingtian asked Qin Huaiyu a few questions. Qin Huaiyu answered, and then a horrified expression appeared on his face. After a full 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian walked back. "You really want us to torture you, and it's best if we humiliate you, right?" Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji nodded and giggled. "That's right, I can't wait anymore. Come quickly. It's best if you come with Qin Huaiyu. You really do want us to rape you, and after that, you will tell us something that will be like a thunderbolt. Then, we will be in so much pain that we will want to castrate ourselves. Then, what happened today will become a nightmare for us for the rest of our lives. From today onwards, we will even avoid love like snakes and scorpions. This is the biggest punishment for us." Yang Dingtian smiled. "It seems that you really hate me and Qin Huaiyu." Wu Maji's eyes changed slightly and then she giggled. "You must be joking. I don't even know you, so how can I hate you?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Maybe you're not Wu Maji? Maybe you're someone else. Someone I don't even dare to dream of. Someone who even I feel a little creeped out." Wu Maji trembled slightly, and then she giggled. "Yang Dingtian, you're getting more and more ridiculous. All right, stop acting mysterious. You must be filled with anger right now. So why don't you vent it on me?" Then she pulled Yang Dingtian's sleeve and walked towards a secluded corner. "Maybe after we get intimate, I'll really tell you the secret of how to leave the Mirage Pavilion." Yang Dingtian smiled, and then followed her to a secluded corner. Wu Maji's figure was very graceful, and when she walked, it was extremely moving. City Lord Yang? Song Chenhua said sternly. Don't worry. Yang Dingtian continued to follow Wu Maji. Shameless, Vulture's little princess angrily scolded. This is that trash Yang Dingtian? He even pretended to be Xiao Jianyue and turned around to play tricks. I can tell that he's not a good person. Now that things are like this, he's still having sex with this demoness. After hearing this, Qin Huayu's face revealed a strange expression of fear. Wu Maji pulled Yang Dingtian to a secluded corner behind a huge pillar. Then she let go of Yang Dingtian's sleeve and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Yang Dingtian. I told you before, as a shaman, I can't let any man see my face. So, I've never let any man see my face, including my so-called husband. Now I'll show you. How about it? Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Maji gently pulled the veil on her face. Suddenly, a delicate face appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Delicate and beautiful, as if it was carved out of jade. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating, especially the pure and flawless face, with a pair of enchanting eyes, formed a strange kind of beauty. Delicate, pure, and enchanting at the same time. Every single hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood on end. In front of him, the more beautiful the face was, the more his hair stood on end. His entire back was completely cold. Yang Dingtian, I promise you, as long as you sleep with me, I'll tell you the way to get out of this mirage, Wu Maji said softly. Then, with a gentle tug, she took off her clothes, leaving only her undergarments, revealing an enchanting and curvaceous body. Every inch of her body seemed to have been carefully sculpted. Every part of her body was a woman's dream. Every curve was the pinnacle of a woman's curves that humans could imagine. Wu Maji slowly moved closer to Yang Dingtian and said softly, Yang Dingtian, come. I swear, as long as you defile me, I'll tell you all my secrets, okay? Yang Dingtian's body began to tremble, and he even trembled. He took a few steps back, slowly closed his eyes, and said, The reason I followed you here is because I don't want more people to hear what we're going to say. Okay, let's talk in private, Wu Maji said softly. Before that, I'd like to apologize to you. Yang Dingtian took a few more steps back and bowed deeply to Wu Maji and said, I'd like to apologize to you. I'm deeply sorry for the harm I've done to you. Even though you're the one who offended me first, I've punished you too harshly, and the harm I've caused you is too intense. I'm sorry I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I'd like to apologize first. Wu Maji's body trembled, and she laughed. Why are you saying all this? Let's just enjoy our time together, okay? You're not Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, You're someone else, someone I can't imagine at all. Someone who makes my hair stand on end. Someone who even gives me nightmares. Wu Maji laughed and said, You're getting more and more mysterious. If I'm not Wu Maji, who can I be? If I'm not Wu Maji, how can I touch the astronomical amount of devil coins in the Shang Palace? Then she gently supported her chin and looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Okay, if you say I'm not Wu Maji, then who am I? Yang Dingtian said, Who hates Qin Huayu to the bone? Who hates me to the bone? Who hates Nangong Xiao, fourth Mother Gongsun, and Zhao Mu at the same time? Even if it means ruining Qin Chichi's plan, they still want to get the Mystic Flames map in their hands? Who could this person be? Yes, who could this person be? She said softly, and her big eyes looked very innocent. This person hates Nangong Xiao because he failed to take liberties with Nangong Xiao and was beaten up and humiliated in public. This person hates fourth Mother Gongsun because he's infatuated with fourth Mother Gongsun, and his courtship was rejected, so he sees it as a lifelong pain. This person hates Zhao Mu because Zhao Mu married a woman he shouldn't have, and this woman is his exclusive property. This person hates Qin Huayu because Qin Huayu took away everything that belongs to you. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Tell me, am I right?" Suddenly, Wumaji's body started to tremble violently. Her big seductive eyes started to sway, and she was on the verge of breaking down. "Of course, the person you hate the most is still me, Yang Dingtian, because I destroyed everything you had." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "You're not Wu Maji, you're, ah." The woman screamed and cried, completely breaking down, and shouted, "Don't say any more!" Chapter 402. I've destroyed your cultivation, destroyed your future, destroyed your mother, and even destroyed your body. I've destroyed your symbol of being a man. Following that, Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, "Here, I deeply apologize to you, even though I don't ask for your forgiveness at all. I'm sorry, Qin Shaobai." "No," the other party screamed. "Don't call me that name. I'm Qin Ji. I'm Qin Ji." Instantly, the woman in front of him went completely crazy. She grabbed her hair with all her might, screamed with all her might, and screamed with all her might. It was as if she wanted to use these extreme emotions to completely drive that name out of her mind. Yang Dingtian looked at her indifferently. At this moment, he could no longer see any trace of Qin Shaobai's aura on her body, not even a trace of a man's aura. Every movement and every tone of her voice had turned her into a woman. The only thing that was slightly related to Qin Shaobai was the expression that occasionally flashed across her eyes, that kind of complete impudence, boldness, and unscrupulousness. No wonder, when Yang Dingtian saw Wu Maji at the first auction in the Demon City's merchant palace, he suddenly felt that this gaze was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it. "All right, Qin Ji," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm very sorry I've ruined your pleasure of revenge. Then, please tell me your story." Qin Ji gradually calmed down from her hysteria and then quietly told him. "In Cloud Sky City, I was framed by Yang Yan and Shiminju without knowing it. They raped and killed Shiminju's fiancée, Tang Xian, and then framed Shimin Yan. In the end, they forced you to fight with me, and I became Yang Yan's killing tool. Originally, I was going to win, and you were going to die. It was even a one-sided slaughter. In the end, you suddenly displayed your might and beat me into a cripple. You smashed my manhood into pieces and blasted my brain into an idiot. Then, my mother took me back to the northwest Qin City alone. I survived, but I've completely become a walking corpse. Then my mother, Yang Shirshir, was sent to a brothel by that beast, and her memories were erased. Until now, she still thinks that she's just a prostitute. In the northwest Qin City, I was completely reduced to a piece of trash that no one cared about. Even if I died and rotted, no one would care. Until one day, Qin Chi brought a spiritual master to my window and put an ice-cold thing in my head. My destroyed consciousness and spirit were restored, and so were my memories. But I was still like a walking corpse, facing all of this in a daze. Qin Chi left with her hair disheveled all day long and was tossed around the house. Until one day, Aunt Qin Mingli came to visit me. She felt that I was very pitiful, so she gave me a pill and told me to take it. Then I would leave Qin City and live on with another identity. You should know that this pill is the transformation pill. You were the one who impersonated Shenlang and sold it to Aunt Qin Mingli. Thus, I took the transformation pill and became what I am now, a woman. Not only did my body become a woman, but my mind also completely became a woman. I left Qin City and went to live in a place where no one knew. I wanted to bid farewell to everything. Most importantly, I wanted to bid farewell to the hatred in my heart. But I didn't expect that this kind of quiet life would make the hatred in my heart even more intense. I was originally a vicious and narrow-minded person. After becoming a woman, this kind of character became even more intense. Of course, if you had died a few months ago, I might have hidden this hatred in my heart. But I didn't expect that you would actually win the martial arts contest and become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Furthermore, you had a marriage alliance with the Northwest Qin City. At this time, the hatred in my heart finally reached its peak, and I couldn't bear it anymore. It was also at this time that Qin Chi came to find me. She asked me if I was willing to take revenge on Yang Dingtian and take revenge on Qin Huaiyu. If I was willing, she had prepared everything for me. Thus, I came and took Wu Maji's identity to meet you at the merchant palace in the Demon City. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Wu Maji, does she look like you? I don't know because no one has seen Wu Maji before. Moreover, she was wearing a veil. Demon City's merchant palace only recognizes special jade tokens. With Wu Maji's jade token in my hands, I can control all of her resources in the Demon City's merchant palace. Qin Ji said, You killed Nangong Xiao, fourth Mother Gongsun, and Zhao Wuji because of your hatred. But why did you pretend to be the vulture's little princess to kill them? Yang Dingtian asked. Let me correct you on one thing. I hate Zhao Mu, but it's not because he married my broken shoe. It's because they helped you. If not for their help, you would still be a novice martial artist. You would still be a trash. Qin Ji said, I pretended to be the vulture for 2 reasons. The first reason was that I was jealous of her. The second reason was that she was a celestial spirit master. She could sense that the entire city was fake and would stop you from entering the mirage. So I had to drive a wedge between the 2 of you and separate you. It's not difficult for you to pretend to be the vulture, because your current appearance is even more exquisite than the vulture's. But how did you impersonate her treasured sword and her shadow shift? Yang Dingtian asked. There's no need to impersonate the treasured sword. I spent 5 million demon coins to buy it from the earth-splitting city's lord, Kuei Si. I apologized to him first and paid him double the price. Naturally, he sold the treasured sword to me. These 2 swords were forged by you and are almost identical. Qin Ji said, as for shadow shift, that little vulture bitch has the demonic spirit fog cloak, but I don't. I only learned a type of evil ways sword technique called the crippled ghost sword technique. It's not really shadow shift, but it's very fast. Even though Qin Chi used a special method to raise my cultivation, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to kill Nangong Xiao and fourth Mother Gongsun, not to mention Zhao Wuji. But you also know that the air in the demon domain is poisonous. All the warriors can't use profound spirit chi, so my sword technique has a heaven-defying killing power. In addition, the coffin on my back is actually a terrifying mechanism of evil ways. So Nangong Xiao, fourth Mother Gongsun, and Zhao Wuji all died in my hands. When she talked about killing people, Qin Ji's eyes almost shot out a sickly light. You killed them. Did you feel satisfied? Did you feel relieved? Yang Dingtian asked. Not yet, Qin Ji said. On the contrary, it made the flames in my heart even more intense and sickly. Maybe only after I take revenge on you will I be able to extinguish the flames of hatred in my heart. Your so-called revenge should be making me do something improper with you, then telling me the shocking news that you are Qin Xiaobai. Yang Dingtian said, That's right. When that time comes, you will definitely be in extreme pain, wishing that you could castrate yourself. Maybe in the future, you will be disgusted by all the women. That would be the best revenge. Qin Ji laughed coldly. If it really happens, then it will indeed be a lifelong nightmare. Yang Dingtian laughed. Unfortunately, you won't be able to take revenge. That's because I've already revealed the truth and seen through your identity in advance. That's right. You have destroyed the joy of my revenge. Qin Ji said sternly, Then now I can only watch you kill Qin Huaiyu and shatter the joy of your hypocritical benevolence. Also, when Cloud Heaven City is completely destroyed by Qin Chi, when Ximin, Yin Yan, and Yang Pei Pei are completely reduced to other people's playthings, I might feel a lot better when I see your pain. Yang Dingtian looked at the distorted, beautiful face in front of him. He sighed softly and turned to leave. Yang Dingtian, the secret to leaving the mirage is in my mind. Torture me, torture me. Qin Ji laughed loudly behind him. Yang Dingtian turned to look at her and said, Qin Ji, do you know why I apologized to you just now? Your hypocrisy. Qin Ji laughed coldly. I apologize because I should have killed you back then, not tortured you and killed you to vent my anger. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, I shouldn't have stepped on your manhood and destroyed your body crazily. I shouldn't have done those things back then. What I should have done was to directly cut off your head. It's too late to regret not killing me now. Huh? Qin Ji laughed crazily. You don't even know where the main point of my words is, Yang Dingtian said. Then he walked directly into the crowd. Qin Huaiyu immediately looked over with an inquiring gaze. Yang Dingtian nodded. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body trembled violently as if she was very cold. She rubbed the goosebumps on her body as if she had seen a ghost. Shameless. Vulture's little princess rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian glared at her and said, When you used the mystic flame map to exchange for the treasured sword, why did you say it was an Earth-grade mystic flame map? Why did you say it would bloom in 10 days? You don't know anything at all. You snatched the mystic flame map. Vulture shrank back and said, I said it as if the mystic flame map was mine. It gave people the feeling that I didn't snatch it. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He said angrily, You came from the Vulture Palace. The old ancestor behind you is very powerful. Your words made me think that the mystic flame map was given to you by the old ancestor. That's why we were so sure. That's because you are stupid. What does it have to do with me? Vulture sneered. You lost your mind because of greed and want to blame others. Don't even think about it. Song Chenhua looked over and said, City Lord Yang, what should we do next? Then Song Chenhua said, If you don't want to torture Wu Maji, I don't mind. You can let me do it. Yang Dingtian said, She's not Wu Maji. She's Qin Ji. The more you torture her, the more she will feel sick. The reason she's still alive is to take revenge on me. So, there's no point in torturing her. Then what should we do? Vulture said. Wait. Yang Dingtian said, Wait for the subtle moment. This kind of predicament will change a lot of people's psychology. Wait. Next, the only thing they could do was wait. At first, they were still chatting. For example, Qin Huaiyu asked, Yang Dingtian, your soul sword is almost the best in the world. Have you found the Xian Meridian Essence? Master Dongfang Minmi once told Yang Dingtian that there was a pair of Xian Meridian Essence in a cave in the Yin-Yang Mirror. At that time, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi had made an appointment to collect the Xian Meridian Essence. Later, such a shocking event happened. However, Yang Dingtian still found the cave in the broken Yin-Yang Mirror when the Xian Meridian Essence matured. However, there was no trace of the Xian Meridian Essence. The Yin-Yang Mirror turned from a paradise to hell. The cave abode had completely turned into a twisted hell. It was unknown whether the pair of Xian Meridian Essence was taken away by the demonized Dongfang Bingling or destroyed by the Yin-Yang Mirror. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't get the Xian Meridian Essence, nor did he know where it was. The Xian Meridian Essence and the Sea Spirit Crystal were irreplaceable treasures for cultivating the sword soul. I didn't find it. There was a pair of Xian Meridian Essence, but it was destroyed, Yang Dingtian said. At the beginning, only Yang Dingtian and a few others were talking. Later, Qin Ji also sat at the side and used the most vicious and cold words to attack everything. In the end, only Qin Ji was talking. There was only one thing she was talking about. Yang Dingtian was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. 2 months later, when Qin Chichi led the army to attack Cloud Sky City, the destruction of Cloud Sky City was already destined. Qin Wancho's fall was also destined. You don't know how powerful the people around Qin Chichi are. You don't know how powerful Qin Chichi is. Yang Dingtian, you think you can stop Qin Chichi by releasing Duan Rian? Dream on. Yang Dingtian, believe me. The next time you see Duan Rian, you will be very shocked. Qin Chi Chi will use the power of thunder to overturn the heavens. She will use the power of a butcher's knife to kill ants and completely destroy Cloud Sky City. Qin Chi Chi's strategy is to not leave a single person in Cloud Sky City alive. Every blade of grass, tree, and stone must be completely destroyed. She destroyed Cloud Sky City, not for Cloud Sky City itself. Evil ways will sweep across the world. She destroyed Cloud Sky City, but her goal is the world society and Qin Wanqiu. She wants those wandering people to see clearly. The outcome of those who resist is so tragic. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian. They won't kill you. That would be letting you off too easily. They will only torture you from the bottom of your heart. They will destroy the people you love, such as your wife, your children, your lover, your mother-in-law, and all your women. When all the women you love become other men's playthings in bed, think about how much your heart will hurt. So, Yang Dingtian, my revenge is still early. Seeing you in such a miserable state is my happiest revenge. For the first 3 to 4 days, it was Yang Dingtian and the others who were talking. For the next 10 days, only Qin Ji was crazily pouring out the hatred and perversion in her heart. She was the only one talking, using the most vicious words. At first, Vulture was still cursing at her, but in the end he was completely frightened by the darkness and distortion in her heart. In the end, only Qin Ji was talking, cursing, and crazily and viciously attacking Yang Dingtian. However, no matter how much hatred there was in a person's heart, no matter how vicious, no matter how twisted, if one kept talking all day long, they would eventually run out of words. Thus, 20 days later, Qin Ji's words became less and less. She became more and more silent. In the end, she didn't say anything. Then, her eyes became deathly still. It was as if, in this prison, she was crazily venting. She had exhausted all the hatred in her heart, making everything dull and tasteless. 20 days later, Qin Ji was silent. The others gradually began to go crazy, especially Qin Huayu. He began to talk about immortality. In this kind of prison, it was the easiest to make people go crazy. Because Yang Dingtian had pills, they wouldn't starve to death. However, it would really make people go crazy, especially in such a dark and oppressive environment. Yang Dingtian didn't stop Qin Huayu's chatter and let him pour out completely. He poured out his love and hatred for Ningro, hatred, jealousy, and even more complicated emotions for Yang Dingtian. Complete admiration and bone-piercing hatred for Qin Wanqiu. In the end, all of Qin Huayu's words turned into one sentence. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Then he kept repeating the sentence. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Yang Dingtian, kill me. As long as he killed Qin Huayu, Qin Chi would make Qin Ji tell him the way to leave the mirage. A month had passed. It was close to a month since Qin Chi destroyed Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian didn't prepare anything. He didn't find allies, didn't organize an army, and more importantly, didn't make a strong battle puppet demon. Without a strong battle puppet soul, he couldn't make a battle puppet demon. If they continued to wait aimlessly like this, Cloud Sky City would face a disaster. Shimin, Yan Yan, and Yang Pei Pei would face hellish torture. Evil ways wouldn't kill Yang Dingtian, but they would crazily torture Yang Dingtian from the depths of his heart and soul. With each step forward, they would be one step closer to the terrifying end. One step closer to Cloud Sky City's destruction. One step closer to Yang Dingtian's destruction. During this long wait, Yang Dingtian gradually collapsed, but he could still bear it. After all, his heart had just suffered hellish torture not long ago. However, as the person involved, Qin Huayu couldn't bear it and completely collapsed. For a few days he said, Yang Dingtian, kill me, tens of thousands of times. When he said vulture, the little princess collapsed. She didn't dare to be with him and hid far away to sleep. Later, Qin Ji also left and hid in a corner of the main hall. No one could see her anymore. Then, Zhao Mu also left and found a dark corner of the main hall. This main hall was too big. It was at least 1,000 meters long. In the end, only Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, and Qin Huaiyu were left in the middle of the main hall. A month later, Qin Huaiyu was on the verge of collapse. He had already started to mumble to himself, and his eyes were in a mess. Song Chanhua said, "Yang, let Qin Huaiyu sleep. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear it." Yang Dingtian nodded and took out a pill and fed it to Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu didn't have any reaction. He instinctively ate the pill and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, only Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua were left in the middle of the main hall. "Yang, what are you waiting for?" Song Chanhua asked. "Waiting for Qin Ji to speak," Yang Dingtian said. "She won't have conscience." Song Chanhua said, "When her heart collapses and collapses, she will speak." Yang Dingtian said. Song Chanhua looked at Yang Dingtian hesitantly and said, If you really have no choice but to kill Qin Huaiyu, I can understand. I will even help you do it." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No, I won't kill Qin Huaiyu. Of course, this has nothing to do with kindness and integrity. I only know that we can't do what Qin Chichi wants us to do. If we do, it will be the beginning of destruction." Song Chanhua nodded. Suddenly, Song Chanhua said, "I'm a bit tired from wearing such heavy armor every day. Can I take it off?" Yang Dingtian was startled and said, "Of course." Song Chanhua got up and took off her awe-inspiring armor. Underneath, she was wearing a tight-fitting python skin suit. After she took off her armor, Yang Dingtian immediately stopped breathing. A body that was 10 times more attractive than Mu Lianese appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. She was half a head taller than Yang Dingtian and had a pair of astonishingly long and beautiful legs. Yang Dingtian had never seen a woman with such long and beautiful legs. Moreover, her curves were so healthy and straight, full of strength and beauty. Yang Dingtian had also never seen such a slender and explosive waist, nor had he seen such a towering peak. Song Chuanhua's figure was almost 10 times more voluptuous than Mu Lianese. Then, Song Chanhua pulled off the golden crown. Immediately, a head of beautiful hair fell down. That resolute and extremely handsome face instantly became gorgeous and threatening. A unique, feminine aura filled her entire body. She had changed from a masculine woman to a beautiful woman with devilish curves and astonishing charm. Although she still had a masculine aura, there was no doubt that she gave off a feminine aura. Yang Dingtian stared blankly for a few minutes and asked, "Is it because there are no outstanding men in your family, so you have to play the role of a man?" "No, it's because I like to play the role of a man. My heart yearns to be a hero," Song Chanhua said. "However, I feel that if a woman is by your side right now, it might be able to calm you down." Yang Dingtian immediately smiled bitterly and said. Just like that, Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua stood guard in the center of the hall for a few days. "City Lord Yang, do you have a water-gathering pill on you?" Song Chanhua asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "A water-gathering pill contained about 10 kilograms of water. Give me one. I'm going to take a bath. I really can't take it anymore," Song Chanhua said. Yang Dingtian took out 2 water-gathering pills and gave them to her, as well as a silk scarf. Song Chanhua took them and walked to a dark corner of the hall to take a bath. A moment later, Song Chanhua came back and said, "City Lord Yang, Zhao Mu is wandering around the edge of the hall like a crazy demon. I'm afraid that I might bump into him. Can I trouble you to help me out? After all, I'm a woman." "All right," Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua walked to a corner of the hall. Song Chanhua walked into a recessed corner and began to peel off the snakeskin tights on her body. Chapter 403. Yang Dingtian sat down with his back facing her and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, the sound of clear water hitting a beautiful body could be heard. 10 minutes later, the sound of water stopped, and the sound of Song Chunhua wearing the snakeskin armor could be heard. Then, the sound of her putting on her armor could be heard. Done. Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian turned his head and saw that Song Chunhua had turned back into that tall and straight valiant hero. She was a warrior who was brimming with ambition and was even more majestic and heroic than a man. It was as if the beautiful and even seductive scene just now was just Yang Dingtian's soft and magnificent dream. It was over. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua returned to the center of the hall. Suddenly, he smelled the stench of blood. Oh no! The two of them were shocked. They quickly rushed over. They saw Qin Huaiyu lying in a pool of blood with a dagger in his chest. On the ground, there were a few words written in blood. Yang Dingtian, I'm going. I'm very proud to be your comrade. Help me take care of Ro'er. Below this line, there was another line. Yang Dingtian, I'm jealous of you, but I trust you more. Qin Huaiyu had committed suicide. He took advantage of the fact that Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua were not around to commit suicide. Perhaps it was because of guilt. Perhaps it was because he wanted to be free. Perhaps it was because he wanted to save himself. Or perhaps it was because he was in despair. But in the end, he committed suicide. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed forward and pressed the wound on his chest. Then he took out the holy water pill and was about to feed it to him. At this moment, the surrounding people quickly rushed over and looked at Qin Huaiyu, who had fallen to the ground in horror. Yang Dingtian was about to feed him the holy water pill when Qin Ji suddenly spoke. Yang Dingtian, if you let him die like this, it'll be considered as you killing me. I'll also tell you the way to leave this mirage prison. How about it? Qin Ji chuckled, her words full of strange emotions. Qin Huaiyu was his elder brother, and also the person he hated the most. Don't even think about it. You didn't kill him. He killed himself. You asked for benevolence, and you got benevolence. Isn't that great? Qin Ji giggled. Yang Dingtian glanced at her and fed the holy water pill into Qin Huaiyu's mouth. The first, the second, the third. After feeding him 3 divine origin pills, he fed him a grade 9 divine origin pill. In the end, Qin Huaiyu did not die because Yang Dingtian discovered it in time and used 3 divine origin pills to snatch his life back from the death god. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was very calm. He asked indifferently, why? Yang Dingtian said, I'm open and above board. Even if you're going to die, I'll kill you myself so that Qin Ji can talk. What's the big deal about committing suicide? Qin Huaiyu grinned and said, You're too awesome as a leader. You can't even die. At this moment, the surrounding people could not help but laugh. Suddenly, the haze that the predicament had been waiting for over 10 days seemed to fade away. The oppression above their heads seemed to dissipate instantly. However, Qin Ji broke down instead. Her body trembled as she looked at Yang Dingtian. Why? Why? Why what? Yang Dingtian asked. You and Qin Huaiyu have more enmity than friendship. Why did you save him? Don't you know how serious the consequences of saving him are? If you save him, it might lead to the destruction of Cloud Sky City. Why did you have to pay such a huge price? You clearly had a lot of grievances before. Qin Ji said in a trembling voice. There's no why. You won't understand my world. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. You've trapped yourself in a mental prison for too long. So even if you're alive, you might as well die. Suddenly, Qin Ji completely broke down. She collapsed to the ground, and her face lost all expression. Then, she closed her eyes and lay on the ground unconscious. Yang Dingtian and the others sat in the center of the hall again, closing their eyes and meditating. 2 days later, Qin Ji suddenly woke up. Her face was no longer blooming with beautiful radiance. Instead, it had become dim and haggard. The light in her eyes also gradually scattered. It was no longer burning with a sickly light, and it was no longer so captivating. Her confused eyes began to focus as she searched for Yang Dingtian's figure. After a long time, she found Yang Dingtian's face and said, Yang Dingtian, I suddenly feel that everything I've persevered for has no meaning. Then tell me, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Ji was stunned. She laughed and said, Do you have to be so direct? Can't you be a little hypocritical? Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. I can tell you how to get out of the prison, Qin Ji said, but it's the same as not telling you, because even if I tell you, you can't get out. Qin Chi wants to torture you. How can she let you out? I originally planned to tell you the way out after you killed Qin Huayu, but you realized that it was useless, so you became even more desperate and broke down. As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed. But you said that I don't understand your spiritual world at all. So I'm destined to never get what I want, and it's meaningless. Qinji said, Then I'll tell you the way out, but it's meaningless. What is it? Yang Dingtian said, Whether it's meaningful or not, you can say it first. I can't say. It's a few words. I don't understand them at all. Qin Chi also doesn't understand them. No one in this world can understand them. Qin Ji said, These words were discovered by the seniors of the evil ways in a scroll handed down from generation to generation. They then treated it like a treasure. Then the people of the evil ways painstakingly found this place. They were shocked to find this magnificent city. They thought that they had found the world's greatest miracle, so they studied it for who knows how many years. They used all kinds of methods, but they couldn't get anything from this mirage. They couldn't get out of this mirage either. They could only wait for the mirage to disappear before they could escape. The evil ways used all kinds of methods and checked all kinds of ancient records, but they couldn't find the origin of these words. Many, many years later, they gave up on these words and gave up on this mirage. Later, Qin Chi found out about this and made use of it. She turned this mirage into a prison to torture you, Qin Chi said. Write these words down for me to see, Yang Dingtian said. No need. It's imprinted on a piece of jade. Qin Ji said. Then she took out a piece of jade, bit her finger, and smeared her blood on the jade. Suddenly, the words on the jade gradually became visible. Looking at these words, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and the others were all confused. Everyone was confused, including the knowledgeable celestial spirit Master Vulture. No one recognized these words. Only Yang Dingtian was completely stunned when he saw the words, because they were Chinese characters, the Chinese characters on Earth, and they were traditional Chinese characters. Although he didn't learn traditional Chinese characters, he knew all of them. These Chinese characters wrote, City of Despair, Secret Realm Open. Secret Realm, this was actually a secret realm, the most magical and powerful secret realm in the chaos world that could change a person's fate. A secret realm that could allow a person to soar to the sky. Finally, everything could be explained. This fantasy city, this mirage, was not something that could be done by human strength. It could only be a secret realm. The secret realm at the bottom of the sea last time was also beyond the reach of human strength. It was also so magnificent that it didn't seem like it could be found in the human world. This was a secret realm. This was a secret realm called City of Despair. But why were they Chinese characters? Why were they Chinese characters? No wonder no one in the chaos world could recognize these words. If someone said that the chaos world had any relationship with Earth, Yang Dingtian would definitely not believe it. Earth and the chaos world had no relationship at all. The chaos world was vast and boundless, and it was countless times bigger than Earth. In fact, the northwest continent, southwest continent, and the north had already exceeded the land area of Earth. Even the yin-yang mirror was more than the land area of Earth. But why were they Chinese characters? In short, this was a secret realm that could change Yang Dingtian's fate. It was even destined by the heavens to open this secret realm for him. Qin Xiaobai's immortality might be the key to opening the secret realm that he encountered. But if this incomparably huge fantasy city was a secret realm, how should it be opened? Back in the secret realm at the bottom of the sea, Yang Dingtian and Dugufengwu continuously fell and entered a zero-gravity field before reaching the entrance of the secret realm. There was a guardian giant guarding the entrance. But the hall in front of them was empty. Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, Little Princess Vulture, and Zhao Mu looked at these completely unfamiliar words, and their expressions gradually revealed despair. That's right, the evil ways had countless talents, and they could be said to be the most knowledgeable group of people in the world. They had researched for countless years, but they still couldn't understand the profoundness of these words and the mystery of this mirage. Then, with a few of them who weren't knowledgeable and in such a short period of time, it was even more impossible for them to figure it out and study it thoroughly. Therefore, Qin Ji wasn't wrong. That so-called method of escaping from the mirage was as good as not mentioning it at all. In fact, after saying it out loud, it made them feel even more despair, because before saying it out loud, they were still somewhat disappointed. In all of their hearts, there was only one thought. Before the mirage disappeared, they really couldn't get out. By the time they got out, Qin Chi would have already destroyed everything in Cloud Heaven City, and everything would have changed. Next, the entire northwest continent and the north would have completely fallen. An entire Tiando League would have lost all hope. In an instant, despair enveloped everyone. At that moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly smiled and said to Qin Ji, "Thank you for telling us. But I have to tell you that I'll hand you over to Zhao Mu to be punished, because you killed the person closest to him." Then, Yang Dingtian said to everyone, "Everyone, not only can we get out, but you'll also encounter the greatest fortuitous encounter in your history. You'll face a huge breakthrough." Are you crazy?" Little Princess Vulture asked carefully. Yang Dingtian said, "This isn't a mirage at all, nor is it an illusion prison at all. This is a mystic realm, a powerful and mysterious mystic realm, a mystic realm that can change our fate." Mystic realm. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Even Qin Huaiyu was worried that Yang Dingtian had a mental breakdown. Seeing their shocked and doubtful expressions, Yang Dingtian shouted to the sky in Chinese, "Despair City, Mystic Realm opens!" After coming to the chaotic mainland, he hadn't spoken Chinese for a long time and had almost forgotten it. After shouting, everyone looked at him strangely, not understanding what he was shouting at all. Rumble. Suddenly there was a loud sound. The ground began to tremble, and the entire hall began to shake. The black color on the roof of the hall suddenly changed, and a dazzling light burst out, instantly illuminating the entire dark hall. It was as bright as day, and every detail could be seen clearly. Then, amid the violent tremors of the ground, under everyone's shocked gazes, the ground slowly cracked open, and an incomparably huge stone giant slowly rose. An incomparably powerful and sacred energy filled the entire room. In an instant, everyone's celestial chi and energy were restored. After the stone giant completely emerged from the ground, the dome on top of its head was hundreds of meters tall, like a mountain. The giant looked down, holding a giant sword in its hand. It looked at everyone coldly and said in a deafening voice, "Despair City, Mystic Realm opens. Please identify yourself. Those who are not guests of the Mystic Realm will be killed without mercy." Its incomparably powerful aura enveloped everyone, and Yang Dingtian and the others were like ants. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, Zhao Mu, Little Princess Vulture, and even Qin Ji were completely shocked, because the chapter had been changed, but to maintain the original number of words, it had to be filled with this paragraph. Sorry. Chapter 404. Please state your identity. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The 100-meter-tall giant bent down slightly and stared at everyone. The giant's sword in his hand slowly descended. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The huge coercion made everyone unable to breathe. If this giant sword slashed down, everyone would be turned into minced meat on the spot. Cloud Sky City Governor, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said in the language of the chaotic world, "Please state your identity. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Cloud Sky City Governor Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian shouted in Chinese. "Identity verification successful. You are a guest. You are qualified to open the Despair City secret realm." The giant let out a thunderous voice. "Open the Celestial Qi secret array. Open the Recovery secret array." Suddenly, a hole slowly appeared on the roof above Yang Dingtian and the others. Then, all the light in the entire hall began to condense and condense into the hole. The other parts of the hall gradually became dark. Finally, it became completely dark. All the light condensed into the hole in the center of the hall that was about 3 meters in diameter. It turned into a snow-white beam of light and shot directly into the hole, above the heads of Yang Dingtian and the others. Phew! Suddenly, everyone breathed heavily. Qin Huaiyu was shocked to find that the scar on his chest was gradually fading. In the end, it was intact. What rich celestial qi! Compared to outside, it is many times richer, Song Chunhua said in disbelief. The first level of the Despair City secret realm has officially opened. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ground of the hall slowly cracked open. An entrance that emitted white light appeared. From that entrance, one could enter the first level of the secret realm. Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone sit down and start absorbing the celestial qi. I will briefly explain some things about the secret realm. Here, I should be the only one who has trained in the secret realm." Suddenly, everyone present sat down and started absorbing the celestial qi. Just as they started to absorb the celestial qi, everyone could not help but exclaim, "The celestial qi here was too rich and too pure." Cultivating here for 2 hours was almost equivalent to about a month outside. First of all, the entire secret realm is divided into 2 parts. The first section was the training room. It was divided into several levels, and each level was more difficult than the last. If he was not mistaken, the last floor was the exit of the secret realm. The second part is the qi refinement space that we are in. The light above our heads was formed from the pure energy within a few thousand miles of the mystic realm. That was why it was so powerful. In the training room, no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you return to this pillar of light, you will be able to recover. Of course, when I was in the secret realm, I didn't use light to heal my injuries. Instead, I used holy water, which was in the giant's stomach. That's why I stole a lot of holy water back then. This time, the secret realm is actually light, so I can't steal it anymore, Yang Dingtian said. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Of course, other than healing, this qi refinement space has another greatest effect, which is to absorb qi. The Xian Qi here is completely pure and can be directly absorbed into the Qi Si to break through cultivation. Yang Dingtian said, "If my calculations are correct, the concentration of Xian Qi here should be several hundred times higher than outside. However, the capacity of our Qi Si is limited, so we can't keep absorbing Xian Qi here. We still need to go to the training room to expand the Qi Si. Only when the 2 are combined can we make a real breakthrough. Everyone, do you understand?" "Understood," everyone said. "Good. Some of us should have some space in our Qi Si. Take this opportunity to absorb as much Xian Qi as possible. When your Qi Si reaches its limit, let me know," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," everyone said. Then everyone closed their eyes and began to absorb Qi. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. Qin Ji stood outside the pillar of light, looking at everyone with a complicated gaze. She was in a daze, and her gaze instinctively focused on Yang Dingtian's face. More than 2 hours later, Zhao Mu's face suddenly turned red, and his body began to tremble slightly. The skin on his body began to crack. Blood vessels began to seep through. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, walked behind him, and placed his palm on his back. Zhao Mu was about to break through. Breaking through might not be dangerous for Yang Dingtian, but for others it was dangerous, because their Xian meridians were not that strong, and there was a lot of sedimentation. Any breakthrough was risky. Therefore, this reflected the importance of cleansing the marrow and meridians. However, cleansing the marrow and meridians itself was a very dangerous process. Boom! Zhao Mu's body shook. Then his body stopped moving, as if everything had entered nothingness. A few seconds later, Zhao Mu gradually regained his composure. The cracked skin on his body began to heal. He slowly opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Brother, I broke through! I don't know how long it would take to cultivate outside, but I broke through in just 2 hours here." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "Brother Zhao Mu, what's your cultivation now?" 3-star Martial Profound, Zhao Mu said. "Then the space for your breakthrough will be incomparably huge," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Zhao Mu's eyes were filled with infinite gratitude. "If I didn't meet you, I would have lost my life. How could I have such a fortuitous encounter?" "There's no need to say these between us," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. At this moment, the little Princess Vulture's delicate body began to tremble slightly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It couldn't be. She was about to break through? Sure enough, Vulture's little face became redder and redder, and her delicate body trembled slightly. "Brother, you go take care of her. I will continue to cultivate qi," Zhao Mu said. Yang Dingtian nodded and went behind Vulture. Boom! Just as he approached Vulture, she had already broken through. It was amazing to have a good backer. Vulture's breakthrough was much safer than Zhao Mu's. Her body only trembled a little, and there were no scars at all. After breaking through, Vulture impatiently opened her beautiful eyes to announce the good news to everyone. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Yang Dingtian was standing behind her, and she was shocked. "Hey, why are you standing behind me sneakily? Why are you standing behind me instead of cultivating? Do you have any ulterior motives?" The little princess, Vulture, said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was so angry that he almost wanted to hit the giant. Puffed. Qin Ji, who had been watching from the side, saw this and could not help but laugh. She immediately turned around. Regardless of her situation or her identity, she shouldn't be laughing. Yang Dingtian glared fiercely at the spirit vulture before returning to his seat and continuing to absorb the mystic qi. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the middle level of a 2-star martial venerable. Because he did not have the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his cultivation was getting slower and slower. After arriving at the secret realm, where the qi was extremely dense, Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed finally became faster. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that his qi-si's cultivation was gradually rising. However, after 6 hours, when he reached the upper level of a 2-star martial venerable, his cultivation speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped. At this moment, Zhao Mu's body began to tremble again. The surface of his body began to crack again. Yang Dingtian came behind him to protect him. This time, Zhao Mu's body was completely mangled. Boom! After everything fell into nothingness, Zhao Mu broke through again and advanced to a 4-star martial venerable. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with disbelief. After this breakthrough, he continued to cultivate qi. After a full hour, he told Yang Dingtian that the breakthrough was over. He could no longer cultivate qi into his qi-si. There was no more space in his qi-si. Then start absorbing qi for battle and prepare to enter the 1st level of the training room, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Zhao Mu said. After 2 hours, they gradually opened their eyes. The first to open her eyes was Song Chanhua. How did it go? Yang Dingtian asked. I barely advanced to the 2nd level of an 8-star martial venerable and stopped moving. Song Chanhua said, however, these few hours of cultivation are equivalent to 2 to 3 months of cultivation outside. Have you absorbed all the qi for battle? We have to prepare for the 1st level of the training room, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Chunhua said. Then Qin Huaiyu opened her eyes and said to Yang Dingtian, I've advanced to the third level of a 6-star martial venerable. Finally, Vulture's little princess opened her eyes and said, I'm already an 8-star martial venerable. When I was about to reach the 9-star martial venerable, I suddenly stopped. What a pity. Ah, Yang Dingtian said in shock, you're only an 8-star martial venerable. Yes, is it strange? Vulture said, I'm only 17 years old this year. It's already amazing that I'm an 8-star martial venerable. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture in disbelief and said, You're only a 7-star martial venerable, and you rushed to kill Zhu Hongxue. He's a 9-star martial venerable. He's more than a dozen levels higher than you. So what? I can't beat him, Vulture said. I suspect that I can't even beat you. I'm a celestial spirit master. It's really embarrassing. When these words were said, almost everyone present wanted to hit the stone giant with their heads. It really made people vomit blood with jealousy. You're just a 7-star martial venerable. You went to kill a 9-star martial venerable, and you didn't get killed. Such a heaven-defying, celestial spirit master profession really made people vomit blood with jealousy. Yang Dingtian deeply felt that perhaps this lass was the main character of fate, and the rest of them were just supporting roles. The little girl was already so powerful as a 7-star martial venerable. In the future, when she reached the Grandmaster level, wouldn't she be able to kill a Grandmaster? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but tremble. The thought in his heart became more and more determined. He must trick this little girl to his side and join his battle group. She was completely a bug. Your eyes are so strange. What dirty thoughts are you thinking? Vulture said, Do you think I'm powerful and want to trick me into your group? Or even use dirty means to get me into your harem? Dream on. I like handsome and cool men like Zhu Hongxue. You should forget about it. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He glared at her and said, Okay, everyone get ready. Prepare to enter the first level of the trial room. For the next trial, I only have one sentence. Do whatever you can to save your own life. Although this light pillar is heaven-defying and powerful, it can't really bring the dead back to life. But don't cherish yourself too much. Broken limbs and ruptured internal organs are not important, and they are absolutely unavoidable. When these words came out, the little Princess Vulture couldn't help but tremble in fear. Okay, let's enter the first level of the trial room. Under Yang Dingtian's lead, the 5 of them slowly walked into the light door. It was a long flight of stairs, and everyone went down. In front of them was a stone door. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pushed the stone door open. In front of them was a huge secret room that was close to 100,000 square meters. Swoosh! The huge secret room suddenly lit up. The stone giant's voice sounded in everyone's ears. The first level of the secret room is open. Trial mission: kill a Millennium Owl. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. Among everyone present, only Yang Dingtian had killed a Millennium Owl before. Moreover, he had already killed one when he was still a martial trainee. Trial reward, 8th grade Thunder Rune. Before this voice could fade away, everyone let out cries of disbelief. The little princess, Spirit Vulture, even screamed. Only Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Thunder Rune, was it that great? Why did everyone exclaim like this? Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huaiyu and said, What is a rune? I've never heard of it. Your master, City Lord Shiman, didn't tell you? Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian shook his head. It's normal that he didn't tell you, because runes haven't appeared in the world for a long time. Qin Huaiyu said, You should know about the Thunder Rune, right? Of course. Yang Dingtian said, It's extremely rare, 1 in 100 years. That's why Zhu Hongxue spent tens of millions of devil coins to buy it. Runes are already extremely rare, and the Thunder Rune is even rarer. In short, This thing is much rarer than the Thunder Rune, Qin Huayu said. But the Thunder Rune looks good, but it's useless. Yang Dingtian said. It's just for show, it doesn't have much lethality. This Thunder Rune is both good-looking and useful, Qin Huayu said. The Thunder Rune needs to swallow electricity and then release a weak thunder skill. The Thunder Rune is directly enchanted on the weapon. Then, each of your Xian skills will be attached with thunder energy. The lethality of the Thunder Rune you release will be the same as your cultivation. Moreover, it will be directly superimposed with the original Xian skill attack. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian couldn't breathe. This was more than a treasure. It was completely against the heavens. Imagine when you release a Xian skill. For example, the simplest fireball, its lethality is very weak. But when your weapon is enchanted with the Thunder Rune, it will be followed by a lightning ball. To put it more bluntly, after an expert like Qin Huayu had this Thunder Rune, facing an opponent of the same level, the only result was a direct instant kill. All the Thunder Rune skills ignored any defense. How shocking was the lethality of this? It was completely indescribable. If this Thunder Rune is taken to the big auction of the Devil City's Merchant Palace, the sensation it will cause will even surpass the 1,800-year-old Devil Spirit Corpse, although its power is not as good as the Devil Spirit Corpse. But the effect it brings is too shocking and direct. Qin Huayu said. Moreover, in my memory, this thing has never appeared in the big auction of the Devil City's Merchant Palace. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. In the chaos world, the mystic realm was indeed the most heaven-defying place. The treasures it produced almost instantly killed all the treasures on the market. This was only the first level of the mystic realm. No one dared to imagine what kind of heaven-defying treasures there would be. Suddenly, everyone was immersed in the shock and excitement brought about by the Thunder Rune. It was too shocking. City Lord Yang, this is a Millennium Owl, and it has never weakened. Can we kill it? Song Chanhua asked. Yes, we can. Yang Dingtian said. Although it is heaven-defying and powerful, our combined energy is not even 1% of its power. Moreover, it is completely invulnerable, and it can block almost all rune skills. It is impossible to kill it using normal methods. But I have the mystic fire, so I can easily tear its head apart and destroy its brain. Do you want to start the trial? The stone giant asked. Start, Yang Dingtian said. Rumble. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the entire huge secret room began to tremble violently. The light in the space began to dim. Heaven and earth shook. Then the ground began to crack open into a huge hole. Then an incomparably ferocious and terrifying Millennium Owl slowly rose from the crack. Instantly the air became cold. This Millennium Owl seemed to be even bigger than the one in the Horror Mountain village. Its body was 200 meters long, and every scale was bigger than a table. Its entire body was black with a tinge of blue. Every part of its body was like the sharpest blade. Rumble. Amidst the loud noise, the Millennium Owl completely appeared in front of everyone. Everyone held their breaths. This Millennium Owl was more than 300 meters long and 100 meters tall. It was even bigger than Godzilla in the comics on Earth. When this monster stood in front of them, it was like a mountain. One of its feet was 20 to 30 meters long. When it stepped down, Yang Dingtian and the rest would not even be enough to fill the gap between its feet. The Millennium Owl slowly opened its eyes. Pa pa pa. The moment it opened its eyes, a few bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Its eyes were bigger than a big window. Looking at Yang Dingtian and the rest, its eyes were cold, disdainful, cruel, and contemptuous. In its eyes, Yang Dingtian and the rest were like ants. Of course, even if they were ants, it would still use the cruelest way to kill them, because cruelty and killing were its instincts. Of course, it did not attack at this time because there was a light screen between it and Yang Dingtian and the rest. Whoosh! The million-spirit demonic flame emerged from Yang Dingtian's palm. Condense, condense, condense. The mystic flame in Yang Dingtian's palm condensed until it was as red as blood. At this time, the mystic flame's temperature had reached its peak, and its lethality had also reached its peak. Even the Millennium Owl could not resist Yang Dingtian's terrifying mystic flame and would be cut up alive. Everyone be careful. There is a light screen between us and the Millennium Owl. This light screen can block all attacks. When this light screen disappears, the Millennium Owl will launch a fatal attack on us. Yang Dingtian said, "When we rush in later, I will use the mystic flame to cut off the Millennium Owl's wings and legs. This way it will move very slowly. Then we will do our best to attack it. We can't kill it at the beginning, or else we won't be able to break through. Do you hear me?" "Yes," everyone said. "After the light screen disappears, don't attack first. Wait for me to cut off the Millennium Owl's wings and legs before attacking. Understand?" Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," everyone said. "Everyone get ready. The light screen should be disappearing soon." Yang Dingtian said, "Remember to dodge the Millennium Owl's first lightning." Yang Dingtian finished speaking. Suddenly, the light screen descended slowly. The Millennium Owl's gaze gradually condensed and aimed at Yang Dingtian and the rest. It slowly opened its eyes. Terrifying electric energy condensed in its mouth. The light screen was getting lower and lower. Yang Dingtian and the rest suddenly arched their bodies. Once the light screen disappeared, they would use their fastest speed to rush in. The light screen is about to disappear. When I count to 1, rush in immediately and spread out. Yes. Yang Dingtian shouted, 3, 2, 1. The light screen disappeared. Go. Yang Dingtian and the rest instantly rushed in like lightning. Boom! An incomparably huge ball of lightning suddenly spurted out. An incomparably thick blue ball of light suddenly shot out, carrying the aura of death. Yang Dingtian used his fastest flying speed to rush to the left side of the Millennium Owl. The mystic flame in his hand slashed at the Millennium Owl's left leg. Whoosh! The terrifying mystic flame, like a lightning blade, slashed across. Chapter 405. The Millennium Owl might be able to withstand the energy damage from the mystic fire, but it would definitely not be able to withstand its physical damage. When the mystic fire of the heaven and earth was condensed to its maximum temperature, it was extremely terrifying and could almost destroy everything. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian's mystic fire was like a fiery red scimitar as it slashed towards the left front leg of the Millennium Owl. In an instant, it reached the thick and huge leg of the Millennium Owl. However, the Millennium Owl's saw leg did not fall. Instead, it directly disappeared into the air. That's right. The mystic fire disappeared directly. It did not even cut a single scale of the Millennium Owl. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something. That's right. When his mystic fire was condensed to its maximum, it would have a terrifying temperature that could cut through everything, including the Millennium Owl scales. However, this extremely high temperature mystic fire required the support of his mystic chi. Yang Dingtian had used up 1/3 of his mystic chi to attack with all his might. About 1/3 of the Millennium Owl's scales had been cut off. In other words, Yang Dingtian could probably cut off one scale if he used up all his mystic chi. To the Millennium Owl, this was probably worse than scratching an itch. To cut off one of its legs, it would probably require Yang Dingtian's sea of chi 1,000 times. This way, the so-called mystic fire to kill the Millennium Owl would be completely useless. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was too pathetic. If he had the cultivation of a great grandmaster, he would probably be able to cut off the Millennium Owl's leg after 7 or 8 times. If the mystic fire was useless, the mystic skill would be even more useless. What would he use to kill the Millennium Owl? Would he use a sword to cut it? Yang Dingtian only had 5 people on his side. All of them added together were not even as big as the Millennium Owl's fingernail. The swords in their hands were, at best, embroidery needles to the Millennium Owl. No, they were not even considered embroidery needles. If a person was 180 centimeters, a needle was at least 3 centimeters. The ratio was at least 60 to 1. A sword was 1 meter long, and the Millennium Owl was almost 400 meters long. It was 1/400. Yang Dingtian's sword could not even pierce through the Millennium Owl's outermost shell. How? How was he supposed to kill them? Just as Yang Dingtian was in a daze, the Millennium Owl suddenly roared into the air. Roar! Immediately, a loud sound suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. And this was nothing. The most powerful thing was an extremely powerful shock wave, like the explosion of a missile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. First was Zhao Mu, who was blown away like a kite. Subsequently, it was Yang Dingtian who was blown away. Next was Qin Huayu. Song Chunhua fiercely nailed her body to the ground and used all of her profound energy to stabilize her body. Roar! The Millennium Owl roared. Song Chunhua spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In the end, the one who didn't fly out was the little Princess Vulture, who was only a martial ancestor. The reason why she didn't fly out was because she was a celestial spiritual master and could control the powerful wave of energy and go with the flow. Little Princess Vulture revealed a smug smile when she saw that she was the only one who was unscathed. At this time, the Millennium Owl sneered, lifted its foot, and gently kicked. Bang! Little Princess Vulture spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Yang Dingtian's team was officially annihilated. No one died, but they were all severely injured. The worst were Zhao Mu and Vulture, who had several broken bones. Finally, the stone giant picked up all the injured and placed them under the holy light. After a full 6 hours, everyone finished healing. Then, everyone looked at each other. Yang Dingtian coughed and said, "Let me say this first. We greatly underestimated the difficulty of the trial." Yes, the Millennium Owl hadn't even started fighting. It only sneezed and your team was annihilated. When it first spat out the lightning ball, it was just to show its identity. It didn't use lightning to attack everyone. Yang Dingtian's team was instantly killed by the other party's attack with just a single shout. Zhao Mu raised his hand and said, "And I want to say that even if Brother Yang has the heaven and earth mystic fire, he can't kill the Millennium Owl." At that time, Horror Mountain Village gathered hundreds of experts, including the mystic fire, but they couldn't do anything to the Millennium Owl. What's more, that Millennium Owl wasn't as strong as the one we're facing. Also, the Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village was weakened. Vulture said, "Then how is the lineup of experts that Horror Mountain Village sent to kill the Millennium Owl compared to us today?" Zhao Mu was slightly embarrassed and said, "Maybe the difference is very, very big." In the Horror Mountain Village's team, there were no less than 10 Grandmaster level experts. We didn't even have one. Back then, they had hundreds of experts, and we only had 5. Suddenly, little Princess Vulture's eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Back then, they had hundreds of experts, but they couldn't kill a Millennium Owl. Now, they only had 5 people. If they wanted to kill a Millennium Owl that wasn't weakened and was even stronger, it was impossible. Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, I just remembered that when my mystic fire is condensed to the extreme, it can indeed release a terrible heat that can cut through everything, including the Millennium Owl. But I forgot that the mystic fire's high temperature needs the support of my mystic chi, and my mystic chi can probably cut through one of its scales. So, if we want to cut off one of its legs, we need to be wiped out 1,000 times. So, it's impossible to use the mystic fire to cut its leg. How did you kill the Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village?" Qin Huayu said, "Although that one wasn't as big as this one, the scales on its head were 7 to 8 feet long. You didn't have such a long sword to pierce its brain." Yang Dingtian said, "After it was hit by the deep-sea mystic poison, it burned the poison with fire, and its body split open. So, there was no protection on its skull. only a thin layer of flesh membrane. Then, do you still have the deep-sea mystic poison now? Vulture asked. Of course not, Yang Dingtian said. Then, was the mystic realm you were in at the bottom of the sea that abnormal? Vulture asked. No, Yang Dingtian said, so I passed it alone. Of course, the rewards weren't that abnormal. If I'm not wrong, this should be a high-level mystic realm. Only the entire demon zone can nurture such a mystic realm. Qin Huayu said, maybe it's a grandmaster, a mystic realm that only grandmasters can come to. Now, 3 martial venerables, 1 martial great master, and 1 martial Xian are here. So we're a team that will die. Vulture said, Little Princess Vulture's words might be unpleasant, but they weren't without reason. The size of this Millennium Owl was tens of thousands of times bigger than the 5 of them combined. Its strength was tens of thousands of times bigger than the 5 of them combined. Its energy was hundreds of thousands of times bigger than the 5 of them combined. So it could kill 5 people with a sneeze. He took a deep breath and said, If that's the case, then let's put aside the idea of killing the Millennium Owl and focus on improving our cultivation. It just so happens that there's a very good opportunity for a breakthrough in front of us. It's safe and fast to resist the Millennium Owl's roar shockwave. When we enter later, the 5 of us will sit in a circle and form an energy unit. We'll use all our celestial chi to resist the Millennium Owl's roar shockwave. This kind of resistance will directly expand our energy reserve. Until the Millennium Owl can't blow us away, we'll continue to the next step. This will be of great help to our cultivation breakthroughs. Yes, everyone responded. So, everyone absorbed their combat celestial chi and entered the first level of the secret chamber again. The first level of the secret chamber trial is officially open. The light screen slowly opened. The Millennium Owl lay there lazily. Its 2 huge eyes were full of disdain. It didn't even bother to spit out lightning balls. In its eyes, Yang Dingtian and the others were too weak. After the light screen was completely opened, Yang Dingtian and the others rushed in quickly and then quickly sat in a circle. Everyone held their own weapon in one hand and the weapon of the comrade on the right in the other hand. In this way, the 5 of them condensed into an energy unit. Immediately after, the 5 of them instantly poured out their celestial chi. All their celestial chi turned into weight and fell to the ground. The Millennium Owl glanced at them contemptuously and then roared at Yang Dingtian and the others. Oh! There was another earth-shattering sound. The sky shook and the earth shook. An incomparably terrifying shockwave rushed out and hit Yang Dingtian and the others. Freeze! The celestial chi of the 5 people surged out and frantically resisted the Millennium Owl's shockwave. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl's shockwave was like a huge tsunami, crazily hitting the steel pillar nailed to the sea. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The 5 of them struggled to hold on. Although the 5 of them had gathered together, the Millennium Owl's shockwave energy was also concentrated in one direction and was several times stronger than the first time. Just 5 seconds later, Zhao Mu spat out blood. His celestial chi had been completely exhausted. At this time, his face changed dramatically, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. However, he still desperately held onto his weapon and did not let go. In an instant, his chest caved in, and all his ribs were broken. Brother Zhao Mu, let go. Give up when your celestial chi is exhausted. Don't resist. Yang Dingtian roared. Suddenly, Zhao Mu's hand loosened, and he was directly blown out and out of the battle group. In the air, there was a bloody mist. It was a ghastly sight. Time continued to pass second by second. Next was the little princess of Vulture. This time, she could not control the shockwave energy. In order to improve her cultivation, she could only resist with all her might. Therefore, she, who was only an 8-star martial arts grandmaster, exhausted her celestial chi the second time. Zhao Mu held on for 5 seconds, and Vulture only held on for 50 seconds. Time continued to pass. Next, the one with the lowest cultivation was Yang Dingtian. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Yang Dingtian's celestial qi was completely exhausted, and his face suddenly turned pale. Yang Dingtian loosened his hand and announced that he was giving up. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a straw. Without Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu were completely unable to resist. In the next second, they were directly sent flying out. In the second trial, Yang Dingtian's team only lasted for 3 minutes. However, it was slightly better this time. Except for Zhao Mu, everyone did not need to be picked up by the giant and could walk painfully to the holy light pillar. Zhao Mu's injuries were extremely shocking. However, under this powerful holy light, he recovered in just 6 hours. After the few of them finished healing, they began to absorb celestial qi just 4 hours later. Zhao Mu's body began to tremble violently again, and his skin cracked inch by inch. Boom! After a moment of nothingness, Zhao Mu broke through again and reached 5-star martial arts grandmaster. Yang Dingtian continued to absorb celestial qi pure, and thick celestial qi continuously flowed into a sea of qi, gradually condensing and condensing. Yang Dingtian did not have any hope of breaking through. However, suddenly, he clearly felt his sea of qi tremble. Then, celestial qi continued to enter, and his sea of qi began to expand. It expanded to the extreme. Boom! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mind was in a state of nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through. Yang Dingtian finally broke through. After a few months, Yang Dingtian broke through again. From 2-star martial arts grandmaster, he broke through to 3-star martial arts grandmaster. After a brief moment of nothingness, Yang Dingtian continued to absorb celestial qi. However, his sea of qi no longer had any reaction. The breakthrough just now had used up all the expansion space obtained in the trial. Yang Dingtian changed to absorbing celestial qi in a short period of time. The celestial qi filled his sea of qi. After opening his eyes, everyone looked at him with concern. "You broke through?" Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. "That's great." Suddenly everyone cheered. Yang Dingtian asked, "How's everyone's progress?" "Brother, I broke through again," Zhao Mu said. "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "No, I broke through again after breaking through," Zhao Mu said. "After the second trial, I broke through to 5-star martial arts grandmaster. Then, I broke through to 6-star martial arts grandmaster. I'm sorry to say that I didn't have the qualifications to come to this high-level secret realm. I took advantage of you, so I improved quickly." Yang Dingtian was stunned. This speed of improvement was too shocking. Zhao Mu had been in this secret realm for less than a day, and he had already broken through 4 levels. "Where's Vulture?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Me," Vulture said in annoyance. "I'm still a little bit away from 9-star martial arts grandmaster. I'm so angry." "Where's senior brother Qin?" Yang Dingtian asked. 6-star 4th class, Qin Huaiyu said. Song Chunhua said, "He's still 8-star 2nd class, but he's already halfway there." Sure enough, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, "Everyone get ready for the 3rd trial. The goal this time is still to improve your cultivation." "Yes," everyone said. Next, the 5 of them entered the first trial room again. After the light screen opened, the 5 of them quickly entered and sat in a circle, forming an energy group. The Millennium Owl was also very cooperative, roaring fiercely at everyone. It continued to make a loud noise. An incomparably powerful impact instantly rushed toward Yang Dingtian and the others. Everyone frantically poured out their celestial qi to resist the impact of the Millennium Owl. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. for seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Zhao Mu's celestial qi was exhausted. He let go and flew out. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Vulture could only hold on for 11 seconds at most, but she endured for 12 seconds at the risk of injury. Then, she gave up and flew out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 30 minutes and 45 seconds. Yang Dingtian was almost at his limit. For minutes later, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi was completely exhausted. However, he still did not give up, because he knew that Qin Huaiyu and Song Chuanhua's cultivation were higher than his, and they could have lasted longer. However, because of Yang Dingtian's position in advance, the two of them could not resist at all. In the next second, they flew out. Therefore, the improvement of the two of them was very, very small. This time, Yang Dingtian had to hold on until the end no matter what. According to Qin Huaiyu's cultivation, he could at least hold on for 6 minutes. Sensing that Yang Dingtian had reached his limit, Song Chuanhua opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian, indicating that he should give up immediately. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Boom! The million-spirit demonic fire suddenly appeared. In an instant, the surface of Yang Dingtian's body burned fiercely. He began to consume the energy of the mystic fire. Just like that, he bitterly held on for another minute. The mystic fire was extinguished. Yang Dingtian had truly reached his limit. At this time, Yang Dingtian had done his best and should give up. However, Qin Huaiyu had not reached his limit. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and began to ignite his heart's fire, burning the inner wall of his qi-si. Bang! Suddenly, the inner wall of his qi-si turned into an incomparably dense celestial qi and continued to hold on. At this time, Qin Huaiyu and Song Chuanhua looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. They did not expect that Yang Dingtian could still hold on at this time. Originally, he could only hold on for 4 minutes, but now he held on for 6 minutes. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Qin Huaiyu had reached his limit, and his celestial qi was exhausted. He let go and gave up. In the next second, Yang Dingtian and Song Chuanhua gave up and flew out. Yang Dingtian's heart's fire was extinguished, and he stopped burning the inner wall of his qi-si. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three of them flew out together. The Millennium Owl looked at the 3 people who flew out, and there was a trace of surprise in its eyes. Yang Dingtian, how did you do it? You were originally only able to last for 100 breaths of time, but you actually managed to last twice as long. How did you do it? Qin Huaiyu didn't use the mystic qi absorption technique when they arrived at the holy light pillar. Instead, he stared at Yang Dingtian and asked, I used my heart's fire to burn my qi-si and turned it back into celestial qi, Yang Dingtian said. You're crazy. Qin Huaiyu roared and rushed forward. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's collar and said, I don't need you to do this, you know? Are you crazy? Has your cultivation regressed? From a 3-star revered martial artist to a 2-star 8th class, Yang Dingtian said lightly, Bastard. Qin Huaiyu roared. Yang Dingtian, I'm warning you not to do this. I don't want you to sacrifice your cultivation to help us. Do you hear me? Remember this in the next trial. As long as your celestial qi is used up, I will give up. Yang Dingtian patted his shoulder and said, Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Let's do some breathing exercises first. Maybe there will be a surprise. Qin Huaiyu stared at Yang Dingtian with red eyes, like a fighting lion staring at Yang Dingtian. Go and cultivate, Yang Dingtian said lightly. You better not lose anything, Qin Huaiyu said. Then, the few of them sat cross-legged under the pillar of light and began to do breathing exercises. The first to be surprised was Zhao Mu. After 4 hours, he broke through to a 7-star martial profound. Then the vulture's little princess finally broke through to a 9-star martial ancestor. After a full 8 hours of breathing in and out, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Qin Huaiyu immediately asked Yang Dingtian, "How is it?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Not only did I successfully return to a 3-star Martial Venerable, but I also directly advanced to a 3-star 3rd grade. Under the limit, the level of improvement is unimaginable. It is 4 to 5 times more than before. How about you guys?" Qin Huaiyu's face relaxed and said, "Under the limit, the breakthrough is indeed amazing. Just now I only advanced by 1 grade, but now I have advanced by 3 grades. I am already a 6-star 7th grade Martial Venerable." Song Chunhua said, "I am also very surprised. I broke through to an 8-star 4th grade Martial Venerable." "Good. Everyone prepare for the 4th trial," Yang Dingtian said. Yes, everyone shouted. The 4th trial, under the roar of the Millennium Owl. Zhao Mu held on for 8 seconds, and Vulture held on for 15 seconds. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Song Chunhua's team held on for 8 minutes. In the 5th trial, Zhao Mu held on for 10 seconds, and Vulture held on for 20 seconds. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Song Chunhua held on for 10 minutes. The 6th trial, the 7th trial, the 8th trial, the 9th trial. After the 9th trial, Zhao Mu held on for 10 seconds and broke through to a 9-star Martial Mystic. Since entering the Secret Realm, he had broken through 7 grades. However, with his improvement, it was difficult for him to break through to a Martial Ancestor. Vulture held on for 25 seconds and broke through to a 9-star 9th grade Martial Ancestor. It was only 1 step away from a Martial Ancestor, but it was difficult for it to advance. After the 7th trial, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, and Song Chunhua's team found it difficult to advance. In the end, they stopped at 12 minutes. Yang Dingtian's cultivation broke through to a 3-star 6th grade and found it difficult to advance. Qin Huaiyu's cultivation broke through to a 6-star 9th grade and found it difficult to advance. Song Chunhua's cultivation broke through to an 8-star 5th grade and found it difficult to advance. The 5 of them finished the mystic breathing technique. Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone just resisting the shockwave will not allow us to advance. Then, this kind of pure resistance is meaningless. Next, we have to prepare to kill the Millennium Owl." "Ah," Vulture said, "but with our current strength, killing the Millennium Owl is just a dream." "Yes, it's completely a dream," Yang Dingtian said, "but we have an advantage. Previously, when we sat down to resist the roaring shockwave, it gave the Millennium Owl a kind of inertia. It thought that we would do the same again, so it won't be on guard against us. It will still prepare to roar and not use any other terrifying killing moves. So, we will take the opportunity to sneak and attack." "How? How do we kill it?" Vulture asked. "Blind the Millennium Owl," Yang Dingtian said. "Attack its eyes. As long as it is blind, we will have a chance to kill it. Every other part of its body is incomparably hard and has thick scales, but its eyes are not, and it has no defense against its eyes. We have to sneak and attack." Yang Dingtian said, "Our speed must be fast, and we have to blind it instantly. And we only have 1 chance. If we don't succeed this time, there will be no chance of success in the future when it is prepared. Blind it instantly? That's too difficult." "I can't do it," Song Chunhua said. Her meaning was clear. She couldn't do it even with her cultivation level, let alone the others. Yang Dingtian said, "I can use Mystic Fire Lightning to blind one of the Millennium Owl's eyes in an instant, but only one. I will leave the other one to you." "Vulture?" "Me." Little Princess Vulture was shocked. She waved her hand and said, I can't. I am a martial arts grandmaster. I am not afraid of death. I am afraid of ruining your plan. Others can't, but you can." Yang Dingtian said, "Because you have the demonic spirit mist cloak, you can teleport. After entering the trial room, you have to teleport to its eyes and stab your sword directly into its eyes. Then, before it goes berserk, you have to teleport away immediately. Ah, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, little Princess Vulture knew how to teleport. She could completely blind the Millennium Owl's eyes when it reacted. Little Princess Vulture said timidly, "Then will it be dangerous?" "Yes, definitely," Yang Dingtian said. Little Princess Vulture shrank back and said, I am afraid I can't do it. I am a person who always drops the ball when it comes to important matters." Yang Dingtian said, "I believe you can do it." "What if I can't do it?" Little Princess Vulture said. "Then we will never be able to kill this Millennium Owl, never be able to obtain the Thunder Rune, and never be able to enter the second level of the trial room. The trial in this mystic realm will end here, and we will never be able to make any breakthroughs in our cultivation. We won't even be able to leave here to save Cloud Sky City. The first battle with the evil ways will be a complete failure, and the entire world will be completely destroyed." Yang Dingtian said, "So your success or failure this time will determine the fate of everything." Suddenly, Vulture felt immense pressure. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She said, "I will go." Then, the 5 of them entered the first level of the trial room again for the 10th trial. They only had one chance to blind the Millennium Owl's eyes. If they failed, it meant that they would fail forever.